The river breathes cold mist into the morning air while you stand at its muddy edge, boots damp already, listening to water slide past half-frozen rocks beneath a pale gray sky. Somewhere, deeper in the forest, an axe strikes wood in slow rhythm. A dog barks once, then again. Thin columns of smoke rise from scattered cabins hidden among giant trees. And for a moment, the whole frontier feels less like a country and more like a fragile collection of human interruptions inside an endless wilderness. You are standing in the early American frontier during the early 1800s, where distance still swallows people whole and where the edge of settlement shifts a little farther west every year. Nothing here feels permanent yet. Not the roads, not the towns, sometimes not even the families. Cabins appear beside rivers and disappear after one difficult winter. Crops fail, fever spreads. People leave quietly in spring and nobody hears from them again. And somehow, despite all that, more settlers keep coming. You can almost smell the reason drifting through the smoke and wet pine. Land, freedom, hope, the possibility of beginning again somewhere beyond the crowded eastern cities. Historians still debate exactly how hopeful most settlers truly felt when they first arrived out here. Some journals sound excited and determined. Others read more like exhausted people trying to convince themselves they made the right choice. Human beings are complicated that way, especially when they are ankle-deep in mud before sunrise. The forest around you feels enormous, ancient. The trees rise so high they almost erase the sky. Their trunks are thick enough that several adults together could barely wrap their arms around one. You hear insects buzzing near the reeds, water dripping from moss, the distant crack of another falling tree somewhere beyond sight. Frontier mornings are rarely silent. Nature does not care that you are trying to sleep, think, pray, or survive. And tonight, if you stay long enough, you may discover something settlers complained about constantly, but modern people rarely imagine correctly. Darkness, real darkness, the kind without street lamps, passing headlights, glowing screens, or distant city haze. Once the candles burn low and the fire settles into embers, the frontier becomes a black ocean of trees and uncertainty. But for now, dawn is arriving slowly. A canoe glides across the river carrying two traders wrapped in rough wool coats. Their paddles dip silently into the water. One raises a hand toward the settlement without much enthusiasm. Frontier greetings are often brief. People conserve energy here the way sailors conserve fresh water. You begin walking toward the cabins. The path beneath your boots is uneven and soft from recent rain. Technically, it is called a road by local settlers, though calling it a road requires impressive optimism. Early frontier roads are often little more than widened animal trails filled with roots, mud, insects, and wagon ruts deep enough to break ankles. Travelers sometimes spend entire days moving only a few miles. As you approach the settlement, more details emerge from the fog. Chickens peck beside a split-rail fence. A woman in a faded linen dress carries two wooden buckets toward the river with the determined expression of somebody who has already completed 10 exhausting chores before breakfast. Nearby, a barefoot boy tries to drag a sack of cornmeal almost as large as himself through the mud. Children work constantly out here. That surprises many modern people. We often imagine childhood as protected and playful. Frontier childhood can contain moments of play, Certainly, but survival comes first. Even very young children fetch water, gather firewood, feed animals, mend tools, or help prepare food. Families depend on every available pair of hands. There is no extra labor waiting nearby, no delivery service, no grocery store glowing invitingly at the end of the street. Actually, there is no real street at all. The settlement consists of perhaps 12 cabins scattered unevenly beside the river. Smoke hangs low above them. Some structures lean slightly already. One appears unfinished, another has animal hides stretched outside to dry. Historians disagree about how quickly frontier settlements usually stabilized. Some communities grew rapidly into towns within a few years. Others remained isolated clusters of cabins for decades. Much depended on nearby rivers, fertile soil, trade routes, and pure luck. Luck matters more than people like admitting. A tall man carrying an axe passes close beside you. His beard smells faintly of smoke and sweat. He nods politely, but keeps moving. Frontier settlers are often described as fiercely independent, though the reality is more complicated. Survival usually depends on cooperation. Neighbors help raise cabins, share tools, exchange labor during harvests, and care for sick families. But privacy remains deeply valued too. Life is difficult enough without unnecessary conversation before sunrise. Still, if you sat beside one of these fires long enough, eventually someone would probably ask where you came from. That question matters enormously here. Many frontier settlers arrive from eastern states like Virginia, Pennsylvania, or the Carolinas. Others come from Scotland, Ireland, Germany, or distant corners of Europe carrying old customs into unfamiliar forests. You hear accents mixing together constantly, different foods, different songs, different ways of building homes or planting crops. The frontier becomes a strange cultural blending ground where traditions survive unevenly. You smell breakfast cooking somewhere nearby, salt pork sizzling in a pan, cornbread baking beside the fire, maybe chicory coffee if the family is fortunate enough to have some left. Most meals are simple, repetitive, and heavy enough to fuel long physical labor. Fancy cuisine does not survive many frontier winters. A rooster screams from somewhere behind the cabins with startling aggression. Honestly, frontier chickens seem personally offended by sunrise. The woman carrying water passes again, this time with full buckets swinging heavily at her sides. She looks tired already. You notice her hands, rough skin, small cuts, fingernails darkened from work. Frontier labor leaves marks on nearly everyone. Soft hands disappear quickly here. As the sun slowly burns through the river fog, more settlers emerge into the morning light. A trapper checking animal snares, a girl hanging damp clothes outside, an older man repairing a wagon wheel while muttering under his breath. Somewhere, a baby begins crying. And through it all, the wilderness waits quietly beyond the edge of settlement. Huge forests, wolves, rivers, illness, isolation, possibility. You are entering a world balanced uneasily between danger and hope, where ordinary survival requires relentless effort and where every small comfort feels deeply earned. The frontier is not the romantic dream many later stories would invent. It is colder, harder, stranger, but it is alive in a way difficult to explain. The smoke rises into morning air, the river keeps moving west, and your long journey into the early American frontier has only just begun. By mid-morning, the settlement is fully awake, and the peaceful river mist from earlier already feels like a distant memory. Now the air carries the noise of labor, axes biting wood, wagon wheels grinding through mud, chickens shrieking like tiny furious politicians. Somewhere nearby, a blacksmith strikes hot iron with a ringing rhythm that echoes through the trees. You begin following the wagon trail leading west. Calling it a trail is generous. In some places, the route is barely visible beneath churned earth and exposed roots. Recent rain has transformed entire sections into thick brown sludge capable of swallowing boots nearly to the ankle. A horse struggles ahead, pulling a wagon loaded with tools, blankets, seed sacks, and two exhausted children sitting silently atop barrels. This is how much of the frontier moves forward, slowly, painfully, one muddy mile at a time. Modern roads train you to expect smooth movement and reliable travel times. Frontier travel offers neither. A journey of 50 miles can consume weeks depending on weather, river crossings, broken wheels, or illness. Historians studying emigrant diaries often notice how settlers lose track of time itself during long wagon journeys. Days blur together into endless cycles of mud, smoke, insects, hunger, and exhaustion. You hear the wagon before you fully see it. Creak, groan, creak again. The sound becomes one of the defining noises of frontier life. Wooden wheels straining under impossible weight, iron fittings rattling loose, leather harnesses pulling against sweating horses or oxen. Entire families sometimes spend months traveling this way toward land they have never seen, and often toward expectations wildly disconnected from reality. Many settlers imagine rich farmland waiting conveniently beside peaceful rivers. Instead, they encounter dense forests requiring years of clearing before crops can even grow properly. One traveler from the early 1800s described arriving in frontier territory and realizing the wilderness looked less like opportunity and more like a giant unfinished argument between humans and nature. Honestly, that might be one of the more accurate descriptions. Ahead, the wagon stops suddenly beside a fallen tree blocking the trail. The father climbs down stiffly, rubbing his back before studying the obstacle with visible frustration. Frontier movement constantly depends on improvisation. There are few organized road crews out here. If a tree falls across the trail, travelers remove it themselves or carve a new path around it. You watch the family work together. The father swings an axe, the older boy drags branches aside. The mother keeps the younger children occupied while also checking supplies tied beneath a canvas covering. Everyone contributes. Even fatigue becomes shared property on the frontier. Nearby, another wagon rests crookedly in deep mud. One wheel has snapped completely. That particular sound probably haunted frontier travelers. The crack of breaking wood, followed immediately by silence and dread. A damaged wagon can become disastrous. Repairs require tools, spare parts, skilled labor, or nearby settlements willing to help. Sometimes travelers abandon possessions beside the trail simply because their animals cannot pull the extra weight anymore. Archaeologists have uncovered abandoned wagon parts, rusted tools, broken dishes, and discarded furniture along old frontier routes. Tiny physical reminders of impossible decisions made far from home. You continue westward beneath towering trees. The forest shifts constantly around you. Bright patches of sunlight appear between branches before vanishing again into shadow. Birds scatter overhead. Mosquitoes hover near stagnant puddles with terrifying enthusiasm. Frontier insects deserve more historical attention. Honestly, entire diary entries complain about flies, fleas, mosquitoes, ticks, and mysterious biting things nobody could properly identify. Romantic frontier paintings rarely include clouds of insects attacking exhausted settlers while they try to eat cold cornmeal beside a swamp. Curious omission. You pass a group of travelers resting near a creek. Their wagon canvas is stained from rain and smoke. A woman kneels beside the water scrubbing clothes against stones, while two men argue quietly about direction. Navigation on the early frontier is surprisingly uncertain. Trails split unexpectedly, rivers flood, maps vary wildly in accuracy. Some are based more on rumor than actual geography. There are stories of travelers following guides who became completely lost for days. Other stories describe settlers discovering abandoned cabins deep in the wilderness with no clear explanation of who built them or why they vanished. Frontier history contains strange little mysteries everywhere. The creek water sparkles beneath sunlight, though drinking directly from it remains risky. Settlers understand some water sources cause sickness, but medical knowledge remains limited. Germ theory does not yet exist in any modern sense. People often blame illness on bad air, swamp vapors, spiritual imbalance, or mysterious environmental conditions. Sometimes they are accidentally correct for entirely wrong reasons. As afternoon light deepens, you begin noticing stumps everywhere beside the trail. Hundreds of them. Forest clearing defines frontier existence. New arrivals cut trees constantly just to create enough open land for cabins, crops, fences, and roads. The labor is astonishing. 1 acre of heavily forested land may require weeks or months of brutal effort. Imagine waking every morning knowing your primary enemy is wood. Wood to cut, wood to split, wood to haul, wood to burn, wood for cabins, fences, wagons, tools, cooking fires, and warmth during winter. Frontier life revolves around trees so completely that settlers often judge land quality partly by timber availability. You stop beside a ridge overlooking the valley below. Smoke rises from scattered cabins in the distance. Thin trails wind through endless green wilderness. Somewhere far beyond those forests lie eastern cities with brick buildings, newspapers, crowded docks, and candlelit taverns full of political arguments. Out here, those places already feel almost imaginary. Distance changes people. Many frontier settlers speak about eastern cities as though remembering another lifetime. Some never return. Letters arrive rarely. News travels slowly. A presidential election might feel less urgent when your roof leaks and wolves keep circling the livestock pen at night. A cold breeze moves through the trees. For a moment, the forest becomes strangely quiet. Then you hear it again. Creak. Groan. Another wagon somewhere farther west, still moving deeper into the wilderness. The frontier keeps pulling people forward, no matter how difficult the journey becomes. Some chase land, others escape debt, crowded cities, failed businesses, painful memories, or limited opportunities back east. Historians still debate how much optimism truly fueled westward movement compared to desperation. Probably both. Human migration usually contains both. You keep walking, as sunlight slowly softens through the trees, following the muddy trail deeper into a world still unfinished. By late afternoon, the forest air grows warmer and heavier, thick with the smell of sap, damp leaves, and fresh-cut timber. The wagon trail narrows again until it feels less like a road and more like a wound carved through endless trees. Ahead, somewhere beyond the buzzing insects and drifting smoke, you hear the steady rhythm of axes striking wood. Thunk! Pause. Thunk again! That sound follows you everywhere on the frontier because nearly every settlement begins the same way. First comes the forest, then comes the exhausting attempt to remove enough of it for human life to survive. You step into a newly cleared patch of land where half a dozen settlers are working beneath the fading sunlight. Tree stumps cover the ground like broken teeth. Branches lie scattered everywhere. A massive oak has already been cut halfway through, its trunk groaning softly each time the wind pushes against it. A man wipes sweat from his face, using a sleeve darkened by dirt and sawdust. Another kneels beside a log, sharpening an axe blade with slow concentration. Nearby, two boys drag smaller branches into a pile taller than themselves, while trying unsuccessfully not to complain. Frontier clearing crews rarely stop moving for long. You quickly realize something important about frontier forests. They are not the tidy little woods shown in paintings. They are dense, tangled, and physically overwhelming. Thick undergrowth claws at your legs. Hidden roots twist beneath the soil. Fallen trees rot slowly beneath layers of moss and insects. Some settlers arriving from crowded eastern towns describe the wilderness almost like a living wall blocking civilization itself. And now you understand why. A woman standing beside a half-built cabin lifts a kettle from the fire and calls the workers over for supper. Nobody hesitates. Clearing land burns astonishing amounts of energy. Historians studying frontier diets often notice settlers consuming enormous quantities of calories simply because survival requires non-stop physical labor. Chopping trees for 10 hours straight has a way of creating very serious hunger. You sit beside the fire while evening shadows stretch across the clearing. Supper tonight is simple: cornbread, beans, salt pork cooked until nearly black around the edges. The food smells smoky and heavy. One child eats so quickly, his mother gently pushes his hand away before he chokes himself trying to swallow. Nobody here seems interested in elegant table manners. Actually, that becomes another frontier adjustment. Many Eastern visitors complain about rough eating habits among settlers. Meals are often fast, practical, and quiet because everyone is tired, deeply tired, the kind of exhaustion that settles into muscles and bones after months of hauling timber, digging foundations, carrying water, and sleeping poorly. The cabin nearby is still unfinished. You walk closer while the family eats. Its walls consist of stacked logs, carefully notched together at the corners. Gaps between the logs have been packed with mud and clay to block wind. The roof remains incomplete, exposing rough wooden beams against the evening sky. Building even a basic frontier cabin demands remarkable effort. First, the trees must be cut, then trimmed, then dragged into position, often by hand or with animal assistance. Roof beams require shaping. Stone fireplaces must be assembled carefully enough to avoid burning the entire structure down during winter. Historians estimate some small cabins could be built surprisingly quickly during cooperative community gatherings called raising bees, where neighbors work together to construct homes in a single intense day. But larger or isolated projects might take weeks, and isolated cabins create another problem: loneliness. You notice how far this clearing sits from the nearest settlement. The surrounding forest feels immense once daylight begins fading. At night, these families will hear wind moving through trees, distant animal calls, and perhaps absolutely nothing at all except the fire crackling inside. Silence becomes strange out here. Modern people rarely experience true silence anymore. The frontier offers moments where even your own breathing feels unusually loud. Some settlers describe loving the quiet. Others admit it frightened them deeply, especially during their first months in isolated areas. The older man near the fire begins telling a story about a nearby family whose cabin collapsed during a heavy snowstorm several winters earlier. Nobody interrupts. Frontier conversations often drift naturally toward danger because danger remains everywhere. Bad weather, illness, injuries, failed harvests, wild animals, river floods, accidents with axes or firearms. One poorly timed mistake can destroy everything. And yet, the people around the fire continue laughing, occasionally between serious conversations. That surprises you, too. Frontier life is undeniably difficult, but settlers still joke constantly. Humor becomes survival equipment of its own. Dry sarcasm appears in many journals from the period. One traveler described frontier mosquitoes as large enough to saddle and ride westward. Honestly, after standing beside these swamps all afternoon, you almost believe him. The sun lowers further. Workers rise again before darkness fully arrives because unfinished labor cannot wait. Two men return to the giant oak tree from earlier. You watch them resume chopping from opposite sides in careful rhythm. Wood chips scatter through golden evening light. The tree creaks softly. Then suddenly the entire forest seems to hold its breath. The oak begins leaning. Branches shiver overhead. Someone shouts a warning. The enormous trunk crashes downward with a violent roar that echoes across the clearing and sends birds exploding upward into the darkening sky. For several seconds, nobody speaks. Then work resumes almost immediately. That is another frontier lesson. Massive effort produces only small progress. One giant tree falls, and still countless others remain standing around you in every direction. Settlers sometimes spend years clearing enough land to create proper farms. Years. You kneel beside one of the fresh stumps and touch the rings exposed inside the wood. Decades of growth. Maybe longer. Some frontier trees began growing before the American Revolution, before European settlement wounded deeply into these regions at all. The wilderness here carries its own long history, though settlers rarely pause long enough to consider it carefully. Smoke drifts upward into the cooling evening air. A baby cries softly inside the unfinished cabin. Somewhere deeper in the forest, an owl calls once. The workers begin stacking cut logs into neat piles for tomorrow. Their movements have slowed now from exhaustion. You realize your shoulders ache too, even though you have only watched most of the labor today. Imagine doing this every sunrise, every season, for years. The frontier is not conquered in dramatic, heroic moments. It advances through endless, repetitive effort. One tree, one cabin, one muddy field at a time. And as darkness slowly settles over the clearing, the forest still waits patiently just beyond the firelight. Night settles heavily across the frontier clearing, and once the last traces of sunlight disappear behind the trees, the unfinished cabin begins glowing softly from firelight leaking through the cracks between its logs. You duck through the low doorway and immediately feel the warmth of the interior wrapping around you like a thick blanket scented with smoke, damp wool, and cooked grease. The cabin is smaller than you expected. Much smaller. Modern houses quietly train people to expect space. Separate bedrooms, hallways, storage closets, privacy. Frontier cabins offer almost none of that. Most early cabins measure only a few steps across, with entire families eating, sleeping, cooking, arguing, and surviving inside a single crowded room. You stand still for a moment while your eyes adjust. The fire crackles inside a rough stone hearth at one end of the cabin. Iron pots hang nearby above glowing embers. A narrow bed stuffed with dried grass and corn husks sits against the wall beneath animal skins used as blankets. Tools hang from wooden pegs hammered into the logs. A rifle rests carefully beside the doorway within easy reach. Everything inside this room serves a purpose. There is very little decoration because unnecessary possessions become difficult to transport, repair, or protect from moisture. Frontier homes prioritize survival over comfort almost every time. Historians studying surviving cabins often notice how cleverly settlers use limited space. Shelves tucked into corners, storage hidden beneath benches, cooking equipment hanging overhead. Every inch matters. A little girl sleeps already beside the fire, curled beneath a patched blanket, while her mother quietly spins thread using a small spinning wheel near the wall. The wheel hums softly in the dim light. Across from her, the father sharpens a knife with slow, steady movements while occasionally glancing toward the flames. Nobody seems hurried anymore. Frontier nights move differently. Without electric lighting, there is only so much useful work possible after dark. Candles remain expensive. Lamp oil is precious. Many families simply sleep earlier because sunrise demands another exhausting day. Some historians believe people on the frontier actually experienced longer and more fragmented sleep patterns than modern schedules allow. There are accounts of settlers waking briefly during the night to tend fires, check animals, or simply sit quietly before returning to sleep. The fire pops suddenly, sending sparks upward. You notice the ceiling almost immediately. Dark soot stains cover the wooden beams overhead. Smoke never fully leaves these cabins. Even well-built chimneys leak constantly. Eyes burn. Clothes absorb the smell permanently. Lung problems likely become common, though frontier medicine rarely understands why. A boy near the doorway coughs into his sleeve while repairing a leather harness strap. The mother pauses her spinning wheel long enough to stir something simmering slowly in an iron pot. The smell drifting upward is earthy and salty, probably beans mixed with scraps of pork fat. Frontier cooking relies heavily on whatever ingredients survive winter storage: cornmeal, beans, salted meat, dried apples, sometimes wild game if hunting goes well. Fresh vegetables become seasonal luxuries. You lower yourself onto a rough wooden stool beside the fire and feel heat soaking gradually into tired muscles. Outside, wind moves softly through the trees. The cabin walls creak occasionally as temperatures drop. Every sound feels amplified in the darkness. And then you notice something else. Tiny movements, a scratching sound near the corner. The frontier cabin has visitors. Mice slip through gaps in the logs, constantly searching for food scraps or warmth. Fleas and lice remain deeply familiar companions to many settlers. Bedbugs appear frequently enough in diaries that some travelers practically describe them like hostile roommates. Frontier cleanliness standards are shaped less by preference and more by survival limits. Water requires hauling. Soap takes labor to produce. Winter temperatures make frequent bathing unpleasant at best. Honestly, if someone smells slightly smoky and suspiciously like wet livestock, nobody out here seems especially shocked. The father finally speaks, telling a story about a nearby trapper who became lost during a snowstorm the previous winter. His voice stays low and calm, almost sleepy. Storytelling fills many frontier evenings because entertainment options remain limited after sunset. Families sing songs, share rumors, discuss weather, tell ghost stories, or simply sit quietly beside the fire listening to wind and rain. Sometimes silence itself becomes comforting. You glance toward the doorway, where cold air slips faintly through the cracks. Frontier cabins rarely seal perfectly. During winter, settlers sometimes wake to frost forming inside the walls. Imagine sleeping beneath heavy blankets while snow drifts quietly through gaps in the roof onto the floorboards beside you. And yet many settlers still describe feeling proud of their cabins, because building even this simple shelter represents security, ownership, independence, a physical claim against the wilderness itself. Some cabins begin as temporary shelters and slowly expand over years into larger homes with extra rooms, glass windows, proper floors, or improved chimneys. Others remain rough survival structures permanently. It depends on harvests, luck, health, the endless unpredictable mathematics of frontier existence. The little girl beside the fire shifts in her sleep and mutters softly before settling again beneath the blanket. Her cheeks glow orange in the firelight. Outside, an owl calls somewhere deep in the woods. The mother resumes spinning thread. Whir, pause, whir again. That sound joins the rhythm of crackling firewood and distant wind until the cabin itself almost feels alive. Historians sometimes debate whether frontier life created stronger family bonds through shared hardship, or whether constant stress actually increased conflict inside these cramped homes. Evidence suggests both happened. Human beings remain complicated no matter the century. You look around again carefully. The tools near the wall, the drying herbs hanging from ceiling beams, the boots left beside the hearth to warm overnight, the patched clothing folded neatly near the bed. Nothing here feels easy, but nothing feels accidental either. Frontier cabins become tiny worlds of improvisation and endurance, built one careful decision at a time. Outside, the wilderness stretches endlessly beneath the cold stars. Wolves may be moving quietly through distant trees right now. Rivers continue flowing unseen through darkness. Somewhere, travelers still struggle westward along muddy roads beneath moonlight. But inside this cabin, the fire continues burning softly. Warmth holds back the night for a few more hours. And for now, that is enough. Long before sunrise, while the cabin still smells of cooling ashes and damp wool blankets, you wake to the sound of wind pressing hard against the walls. The fire has shrunk to faint red embers. Frost clings to the edges of the doorway. Somewhere outside, branches scrape together with a dry, hollow sound that almost resembles whispering. Winter is arriving. On the early American frontier, winter is not simply a season. It is a long test of preparation, endurance, and luck. Families who seem comfortable during autumn can become desperate by February. Historians studying frontier settlements often notice that many cabins disappear from records after especially severe winters. Sometimes disease spreads. Sometimes crops fail. Sometimes people simply leave quietly once survival becomes too difficult. And sometimes they do not leave at all. The father beside the hearth rises first. He kneels near the fireplace, blowing gently across the embers until tiny sparks brighten again beneath the ash. Soon, thin flames begin licking upward through fresh kindling. That small morning fire may determine the mood of the entire day. Warmth matters psychologically as much as physically during frontier winters. You pull a rough blanket tighter around your shoulders and step outside. The cold hits immediately, sharp, heavy. The river beyond the cabins has developed a thin gray crust of ice near the shoreline. Your breath hangs visibly in the air. Every sound carries farther now through the bare trees. An axe striking wood echoes across the valley like distant gunfire. Smoke already rises from several cabins because winter survival begins before dawn. Water must be hauled before ice thickens. Animals need feeding. Firewood requires constant replenishment. Frontier families often burn astonishing amounts of wood during cold months. Some estimates suggest cabins consume several cords of timber each winter, which means endless chopping even after exhausting harvest seasons. You begin walking through the settlement while pale morning light slowly spreads across the frozen ground. Everything feels quieter than before. Even the animals move carefully now. A woman empties ashes from a fireplace beside her cabin while stamping warmth back into her feet. Nearby, two boys struggle to split frozen logs using wedges and a heavy iron maul nearly too large for them to lift properly. Their hands already look red from cold. Winter labor never truly stops. That surprises many people imagining cozy pioneer life beside cheerful fireplaces. Frontier winters are physically relentless. Snow blocks roads. Hunting becomes unpredictable. Illness spreads quickly in crowded cabins with poor ventilation. Wet clothing freezes stiff overnight near the hearth if positioned incorrectly. One broken wagon axle or infected wound during January can become catastrophic because help remains distant. The settlement blacksmith passes carrying a bucket of water with ice floating across its surface. His beard is coated with frost crystals. He nods toward you while muttering something about temperatures dropping harder than expected this year. Frontier conversations revolve around weather constantly, and for good reason. Modern people can usually escape harsh weather through insulated buildings, heated vehicles, weather forecasts, and stocked grocery stores. Frontier settlers experience weather directly with very little protection. A severe storm can isolate families for weeks. Deep snow traps livestock. Frozen rivers interrupt trade routes. Some settlers describe waking during blizzards, unable to open cabin doors because drifting snow has buried them completely. You hear coughing from one cabin as you pass. That sound becomes common during winter. Smoke-filled interiors combined with cold air create endless respiratory problems. Pneumonia, influenza, bronchitis, and fever spread easily among exhausted settlers living close together. Medical treatment remains uncertain at best. Some remedies involve herbs or steam treatments that occasionally help. Others involve practices modern medicine would describe more politely as deeply concerning. A frontier doctor might prescribe bleeding, mercury compounds, whiskey, vinegar mixtures, or mysterious powders whose ingredients nobody fully understands. Honestly, surviving the treatment sometimes seems nearly as impressive as surviving the illness. At the edge of the settlement, you find a family stacking firewood beneath a crude shelter made from poles and animal hides. The pile is smaller than expected. Too small. The father notices you looking and gives a tired half-smile before returning to work. That expression says everything. Everyone here understands what insufficient firewood means. Cold cabins, frozen water buckets, sleepless nights, potential disaster before spring arrives. Historians often debate how psychologically difficult frontier winters became for isolated settlers. Some journals describe profound loneliness and emotional exhaustion during long, dark months. Snow covers roads, visitors disappear, days shrink into repetitive routines of survival. Modern concepts like seasonal depression likely existed everywhere, though frontier communities lacked the language to describe them medically. Instead, people spoke about heaviness, weariness, the strange sadness of endless snow. You continue towards the river, where several settlers are breaking ice along the shoreline using long wooden poles. Their movements seem slow and deliberate beneath the pale gray sky. One man warns another about thin ice farther downstream, where a mule nearly drowned the previous winter during water collection. Danger changes shape during winter, but never disappears. A little girl, bundled beneath oversized wool layers, carries a bucket, almost dragging through the snow behind her. She pauses halfway up the slope toward the cabins, breathing hard while snowflakes collect along her scarf. Childhood here remains full of responsibility. Inside one cabin, a woman kneads bread dough beside the fire while dried herbs hang from ceiling beams overhead. The room smells warm despite the cold outside. For a moment, you understand why frontier families become deeply attached to even the smallest comforts during winter. Hot bread, dry socks, a properly functioning chimney. These things feel enormous when temperatures plunge below freezing night after night. Outside again, snow begins drifting slowly from the clouds. Soft at first, then thicker. The entire settlement gradually fades beneath swirling white air. Cabin roofs whiten, wagon tracks disappear, forest edges blur into shadow. And suddenly, you understand something many settlers realized during their first frontier winter. Nature out here does not negotiate. It does not care how far you traveled, how hopeful you felt in autumn, or how carefully you planned your future. Survival depends on preparation, cooperation, stubbornness, and sometimes pure chance. The wind pushes harder through the trees. Smoke bends sideways across the snowy clearing. Inside the cabins, fires burn brighter and another long winter day settles over the frontier. By evening, the snow has settled into soft drifts around the cabins, and the entire settlement smells of smoke, wet wool, and cooking fat. Inside one crowded cabin, supper preparations are already underway. A black iron pot bubbles steadily above the fire, while somebody stirs cornmeal inside a wooden bowl with the seriousness of a military operation. On the frontier, food is never casual. You sit near the hearth, watching the family prepare another winter meal, and almost immediately you notice how repetitive everything seems. Cornmeal again, salt pork again, beans again. Historians reading frontier journals constantly encounter complaints about monotonous diets. Settlers dream about fresh fruit the way modern people dream about vacations. Still, repetitive food keeps people alive. That matters more. The mother slices strips of pork carefully with a knife worn smooth from years of sharpening. Salted meat becomes essential on the frontier because preserving food without refrigeration requires creativity. Pork packed heavily in salt can survive long journeys and difficult winters. Though the taste eventually becomes aggressive enough to frighten small children and possibly damage nearby furniture, a boy beside you wrinkles his nose while chewing yesterday's leftovers. Apparently, people have always been unimpressed by leftovers. The cabin grows warmer as cooking continues. Steam rises from the pot. Firelight flickers across soot-stained walls. Outside, snow taps softly against the roof while wind moves through the trees beyond the settlement. Inside this little room, though, supper creates a temporary feeling of security. That emotional comfort matters enormously. Many frontier families organize their days around meals because food provides one of the few reliable pleasures available during harsh conditions. Even simple dishes feel deeply satisfying after hours spent chopping wood, hauling water, or clearing frozen fields. Tonight's supper includes cornbread baked directly beside the fire. The smell fills the cabin slowly, earthy and warm. Corn becomes one of the frontier's most important crops because it grows relatively well in difficult conditions and can be transformed into countless forms. Cornbread, corn mush, corn cakes, corn porridge, whiskey. Frontier settlers discover surprising numbers of uses for corn. Some historians joke that entire settlements practically run on cornmeal and determination. You watch the father pour beans into wooden bowls, while the youngest child keeps trying unsuccessfully to steal pieces of pork before supper officially begins. His mother gently swats his hand away without even looking up from the cooking pot. Clearly, this battle happens regularly. When the family finally gathers around the rough wooden table, conversation remains quiet at first. Hunger tends to silence people. You take a bite of the cornbread. Dense, dry, slightly smoky from the hearth. Honestly, modern bakeries have spoiled you completely. Still, after days of cold weather and hard labor, the meal tastes surprisingly comforting. Frontier food rarely aims for elegance. It aims for calories, warmth, and survival. Settlers need enormous amounts of energy simply to function through winter. Meat, however, remains inconsistent. Hunting supplements many diets, but success varies widely depending on weather, animal populations, and skill. Deer, rabbits, wild turkeys, and fish appear frequently on frontier tables when available. Yet there are also long periods where families survive mostly on preserved supplies and whatever crops they managed to store before winter arrived. Bad harvests create real fear. You notice the mother carefully scraping every remaining crumb from the cooking bowl. Waste becomes almost morally offensive on the frontier. Throwing away edible food during winter could genuinely threaten survival later. Many settlers develop habits of saving bones for broth, animal fat for candles or cooking, and stale bread for reuse in soups or fried dishes. Nothing disappears casually here. The father begins discussing last year's harvest, while sharpening his knife between sentences. Apparently, an early frost damaged part of the corn crop before harvest finished. Another nearby family lost potatoes after heavy rains flooded their root cellar. Root cellars become little underground treasures on the frontier. Settlers store potatoes, carrots, turnips, onions, apples, and preserved foods beneath the earth, where temperatures remain colder and more stable. During difficult winters, those hidden food supplies can determine whether a family survives comfortably or slips toward starvation. And starvation absolutely happens. Not constantly, not dramatically every season, but enough that frontier communities remember hard winters for generations afterward. Some diaries describe families stretching flour with ground acorns or surviving weeks on little more than corn mush and thin soup. A woman across the cabin mentions hearing rumors about travelers farther west eating roasted tree bark during one especially brutal winter. Historians debate how widespread such desperate measures truly became, but the stories persist everywhere along frontier settlements. Fear of hunger lingers constantly in the background. You glance toward the shelves near the fireplace, where jars, dried herbs, and hanging strips of smoked meat fill every available space. The entire cabin quietly resembles a survival strategy. Outside, wind rattles the walls harder now. The youngest child yawns heavily beside the fire, while his older sister repairs a torn mitten using thick thread and patient concentration. Clothing maintenance becomes another endless frontier task. Fabric is expensive. Replacing garments takes labor. Many families patch the same clothing repeatedly until original material nearly disappears beneath repairs. Meanwhile, the conversation shifts toward coffee, or rather, the lack of it. Real coffee remains expensive and difficult to obtain consistently on the frontier. Many settlers substitute roasted chicory roots, burned grain mixtures, or herbal drinks that probably taste less like coffee and more like regret. Still, warm beverages provide comfort during winter evenings, even if the flavor occasionally resembles damp firewood. The father laughs quietly while describing one traveler who supposedly traded an entire hunting knife just for a small sack of coffee beans. Honestly, after weeks of frontier food, you begin understanding the emotional value of small luxuries. Sugar becomes another treasured item. Salt, too. Tea. Spices. Simple ingredients from eastern cities suddenly feel almost magical out here. The fire settles lower as supper ends. Bowls are cleaned carefully. Leftovers stored immediately. Tomorrow's labor already waits beyond the cabin walls, and everyone knows it. Yet for this brief moment, the family sits together in warmth while snow drifts softly outside. The meal may be plain, the cabin may be crowded, but full stomachs and a burning fire still feel like wealth on the frontier. Before dawn fully arrives, you hear the familiar sound again. Water buckets knocking softly against each other in the dark. The cabin door opens, letting in a blade of freezing air along with the smell of snow and river mud. A woman steps outside carrying two wooden buckets suspended from a shoulder pole, worn smooth from years of use. She disappears slowly into the pale blue darkness, while frost crunches beneath her boots. And just like that, another frontier day begins. You follow her toward the river path where other figures already move silently through the cold morning. Nearly everyone carries something: buckets, wash tubs, barrels, heavy kettles. On the frontier, water controls the rhythm of life in ways modern people rarely consider. Every drink, every meal, every pot of stew, Every load of laundry, every attempt at bathing, cleaning, brewing, cooking, washing wounds, feeding animals, or extinguishing fire begins with hauling water by hand. And there is never enough of it. The riverbank is crowded despite the cold. Ice clings to the shoreline, while settlers chip openings through the frozen surface using sticks and iron tools. One older man kneels carefully beside the water filling a bucket, while muttering about slippery rocks beneath the snow. You immediately notice how dangerous simple tasks become here. A twisted ankle during water collection can threaten an entire household. Falling into freezing water during winter may become fatal if dry clothes and warmth are unavailable quickly enough. Frontier survival often depends less on dramatic disasters and more on avoiding small accidents during endless, ordinary chores. The woman beside you lifts her full buckets carefully and starts back uphill toward the settlement. You instinctively want to help after seeing how heavy the load appears. Now imagine doing this several times every day. For years, your shoulders begin aching just watching her walk through the snow. Historians studying frontier labor frequently point out how physically punishing daily maintenance tasks become, especially for women and children. Water hauling alone consumes enormous time and energy. Some settlements eventually build wells closer to cabins, though wells come with problems too. Badly placed wells may produce contaminated water or dry up unexpectedly during summer heat. And digging one requires brutal labor through rock and clay. The settlement slowly brightens as dawn spreads across the frozen valley. Smoke rises from chimneys. Dogs bark impatiently beside animal pens. Somewhere nearby, a baby begins crying while another family splits firewood outside their cabin. Everything on the frontier feels connected to physical effort. Even washing clothes becomes exhausting. Near the river, you find several women kneeling beside wooden tubs despite the freezing temperature. They scrub heavy linen shirts against washboards, while steam rises from kettles of heated water nearby. Their hands are red from cold. Soap foam clings to sleeves already damp from splashing river water. Laundry during frontier winters sounds almost intentionally cruel. Wet fabric freezes quickly. Fingers lose feeling. Heavy wool garments become nearly impossible to dry fully without constant fire heat. Some settlers simply wear clothing longer between washes during winter because cleaning everything becomes too difficult. Honestly, frontier people deserve awards simply for surviving wool clothing in muddy weather. A young girl nearby struggles to carry a smaller bucket back toward the cabins. Water sloshes over the edge with every step, soaking her boots. She looks frustrated but determined. Frontier children become surprisingly strong because they have little choice otherwise. Carrying water, chopping kindling, feeding livestock, and gathering supplies shape childhood from very early ages. There are moments of play, certainly, but labor always waits nearby. You continue walking through the settlement while morning activity intensifies around you. One family hangs frozen laundry beside the cabin anyway, hoping weak sunlight might help dry it later. Another hauls water toward livestock troughs already coated with thin ice. Chickens scatter wildly beneath someone's boots, while geese patrol the muddy yard with the confidence of tiny hostile soldiers. Frontier geese seem deeply convinced they own everything. Near the center of the settlement stands a communal well recently dug by several families working together. A line has already formed beside it. Buckets scrape against stone, ropes creak. People exchange brief conversation while waiting their turn. Community cooperation matters enormously here. Modern plumbing allows private convenience. Frontier settlements require constant shared labor. Families help one another build wells, repair roofs, harvest crops, or survive illness because isolation can become deadly surprisingly quickly. Still, tensions exist too. You overhear quiet disagreement between two settlers arguing about whose responsibility it was to refill shared water barrels near the blacksmith shop yesterday evening. Exhaustion shortens tempers. Harsh weather does not improve diplomacy either. One woman laughs softly while describing how muddy spring roads turn every water trip into an accidental wrestling match with the earth itself. Another mentions carrying water while pregnant through waist-deep snow the previous winter because nobody else in the household was healthy enough to help. That sentence hangs in the cold air for a moment. Frontier life demands extraordinary endurance from ordinary people. You step inside another cabin where water buckets stand beside the hearth, warming slightly before cooking begins. The room smells damp from melting snow and wet clothing hanging near the fire. A kettle simmers softly overhead while somebody grinds corn nearby using a hand mill. Even inside, water remains central to everything. Cooking, cleaning, tea, soap making, caring for livestock, treating injuries, and always more hauling afterward. The father of the household finally sits down heavily beside the fire after carrying barrel after barrel from the river since sunrise. His boots are soaked through already. Steam rises faintly from his coat as snow melts near the flames. Outside the settlement, the river keeps flowing silently beneath drifting ice. Settlers walk toward it constantly, all day long, carrying empty buckets, then return carrying full ones. Again, and again, and again. The frontier is built not only through dramatic journeys and heroic survival stories, but through endless, repetitive labor that nobody remembers properly afterward. Water splashing inside wooden buckets, cold hands gripping frozen rope, heavy footsteps climbing muddy hills before dawn. Civilization itself carried one bucket at a time. The snow melts slowly over the following weeks, turning the settlement into a kingdom of mud. Boots sink deep beside cabins. Wagon wheels carve trenches through the roads. Chickens wander through puddles with suspicious confidence, while children leap from stone to stone, trying unsuccessfully to stay dry. Inside the cabins, however, the work never changes. It simply continues. Before sunrise, one woman is already awake, kneeling beside the hearth, coaxing yesterday's embers back into flame. Her hair is tied loosely beneath a faded cloth scarf. Smoke drifts upward around her face while she blows gently into the ashes. The cabin is silent except for crackling wood and the soft breathing of sleeping children nearby. You realize something quickly on the frontier. Women almost never stop working. Not truly. Historians sometimes describe frontier waves as the hidden engines of settlement life, though that phrase honestly feels too mechanical for the sheer human exhaustion involved. Their labor stretches endlessly across every hour of the day. Cooking, washing, sewing, carrying water, caring for children, feeding animals, preserving food, making candles, spinning thread, cleaning tools, mending clothing, nursing illness, gardening, helping during harvests, then waking before dawn to begin again. The woman beside the fire stirs cornmeal into boiling water while simultaneously rocking a cradle using one foot. Somehow she also notices a leaking roof bucket before anyone else does and slides it beneath the drip, without interrupting breakfast preparations. Frontier multitasking reaches supernatural levels. Outside, pale morning light spreads across the muddy settlement. You hear axes striking wood and a rooster screaming with the emotional intensity of somebody announcing the end of civilization itself. The children wake gradually. A little boy pulls on stiff wool stockings, still damp from yesterday. His older sister immediately begins helping prepare breakfast, while also braiding her younger sibling's hair. Childhood and adulthood blur constantly on the frontier, especially for girls expected to learn household labor early. You follow the mother outside as she carries laundry toward a washing area beside the river. The basket alone looks heavy. Wet clothing later will weigh even more. Washing frontier laundry is astonishingly difficult work. Water must be hauled and heated manually. Clothes are scrubbed against boards or stones using homemade soap often harsh enough to damage skin. Then garments are wrung out by hand and hung outside where weather may undo hours of labor within minutes. Rain arrives unexpectedly. Everything must be repeated. One historian reading women's diaries from the frontier noticed how often they described feeling physically worn down by laundry alone. Some entries mention bleeding hands during winter washes. Others joke darkly about simply throwing muddy children directly into rivers and hoping for the best. Honestly, after seeing these conditions, you understand the temptation. Beside the river, several women gather around steaming wash kettles, exchanging news while they work. Conversations drift between births, illnesses, weather, crop concerns, and rumors from nearby settlements. Social interaction often happens during labor because there is rarely time for separate leisure. One woman mentions a family several miles west whose mother recently died during childbirth. The group falls briefly silent. Pregnancy on the frontier remains dangerous. Medical help may be distant or unavailable entirely. Midwives carry practical knowledge and experience, but complications still become deadly frighteningly fast. Many women spend years cycling between pregnancy, infant care, household labor, and physical exhaustion. Yet the historical record often reduces them to simple background figures beside male explorers and settlers. That feels unfair now. You watch another woman repairing a torn shirt while balancing a baby against her shoulder and supervising two children collecting firewood nearby. Her movements seem automatic from repetition, efficient, tirelessly practiced. The frontier depends on this invisible coordination. Back near the cabins, breakfast dishes are already being cleaned, while bread dough rises near the fire for later meals. A teenage girl carries scraps toward pigs rooting noisily beside a fence. Another woman checks drying herbs hanging from ceiling beams before stepping outside to milk a nervous cow. There are no days off here. Not really. Illness might slow the workload temporarily, but chores continue regardless. Animals still require feeding. Fires still need tending. Water still must be hauled. During harvest season, the pace becomes even more exhausting because entire families race against weather before crops spoil in the fields. Some women write openly about loneliness too. That surprises people sometimes. Frontier mythology often imagines strong, cheerful pioneer wives gazing bravely across sunsets while baking perfect bread beside cozy fires. Reality includes isolation, homesickness, grief, exhaustion, and occasional bitterness toward husbands who promised easier lives than the wilderness actually delivered. One woman reportedly described frontier marriage as loving a man and also wanting to throw a shovel at him before breakfast, a remarkably modern emotional balance. By afternoon, sunlight finally dries portions of the settlement roads. Children chase one another between cabins, while women continue endless repair work beside open doorways. Socks being patched, blankets resewn, torn coats reinforced at elbows and cuffs. The fabric itself becomes precious. Many garments are handmade from linen, wool, or animal hides, requiring huge amounts of labor before becoming usable clothing. Spinning thread alone consumes countless hours beside the fire during evenings. Every ripped seam represents additional work waiting patiently in the corner. Inside one cabin, you watch candle making underway. Melted animal fat fills the room with a heavy smell, while strips of wick hang drying nearby. Candles matter enormously because darkness dominates frontier nights, yet producing them requires time many families barely possess. Everything costs labor. That may be the defining truth of frontier life. The sun lowers slowly toward the tree line, while smoke rises golden above the cabins. Women continue moving through the settlement carrying water buckets, feeding animals, preparing supper, soothing crying infants, and repairing tomorrow before today has even properly ended. Their work rarely becomes legendary. No statues celebrate laundry beside frozen rivers. No dramatic songs honor endless soup stirring or midnight nursing beside smoky fires. Yet without this constant unseen labor, the frontier collapses almost immediately. And as evening settles softly across the muddy clearing, the women of the settlement are still awake, keeping the entire fragile world functioning one chore at a time. Morning arrives damp and gray after a night of steady rain. The settlement smells strongly of wet earth, smoke, and livestock. Mud covers nearly everything now. Boots disappear halfway into the road. Wagon wheels sit trapped in deep ruts filled with brown water. Even the dogs seem offended by the conditions. Yet the children are already working. A boy no older than 8 struggles across the clearing, carrying an armful of kindling almost large enough to hide him completely from view. Nearby, 2 girls kneel beside the river scrubbing cooking pots while shivering in the cold morning air. Another child chases escaped chickens through the mud with the exhausted determination of someone performing a task already repeated 3 times before breakfast. Frontier childhood begins early, very early. Modern people often imagine children in the past living simpler, freer lives close to nature. The reality on the frontier feels more complicated. There are moments of freedom, certainly, endless forests to explore, rivers to swim in during summer, wild berries hidden beside trails, campfire stories beneath enormous stars. But there is also relentless responsibility. You watch a young boy helping his father repair fence posts damaged during winter storms. His hands are blistered already. Every few minutes he pauses to flex sore fingers before lifting another heavy tool almost too large for him to manage comfortably. Nobody seems surprised by this. On the frontier, children become workers almost as soon as they can walk steadily. Historians studying family farms often notice children contributing meaningful labor by ages 5 or 6, carrying water, gathering eggs, feeding pigs, chopping kindling, watching younger siblings, scaring birds from crops. Play exists in the spaces between chores, not separately from them. You continue through the settlement where a group of boys attempts to roll a massive barrel toward the trading shed. Their progress is terrible. The barrel keeps slipping sideways into the mud while everyone argues loudly about directions. One child eventually falls directly into a puddle deep enough to soak him completely. The others laugh so hard they nearly lose control of the barrel entirely. And there it is, the frontier child experience in one perfect moment: exhaustion, mud, danger, and laughter mixed together constantly. Inside a nearby cabin, a girl perhaps 12 years old rocks a crying baby while simultaneously kneading bread dough with her free hand. Her mother is outside helping repair a leaking roof before more rain arrives. The girl works quietly and efficiently, barely paused, even when the infant grabs a fistful of her sleeve. Many frontier girls essentially train for adult responsibilities from childhood onward. Cooking, sewing, cleaning, child care, food preservation, medical care. Historians sometimes debate whether frontier life gave women greater practical authority because survival demanded competence from everyone, or whether traditional gender expectations became even harsher under difficult conditions. The evidence points both directions depending on region and family. Human societies rarely fit neatly into simple conclusions. Outside, rain begins falling again. Children immediately start racing around collecting laundry before it soaks completely. One boy slips in the mud carrying blankets and crashes directly into a pig pen. The pig seems deeply unimpressed by the entire event. Honestly, frontier pigs survive history with surprising emotional confidence. You help gather fallen clothespins while thunder rumbles softly beyond the hills. Nearby, several children huddle beneath a wagon listening to an older boy tell ghost stories about abandoned cabins farther west. Frontier folklore spreads quickly among children. Stories about haunted forests, river spirits, headless riders, mysterious lights moving between trees at night. Many tales likely originate from older European traditions carried westward by settlers. Others grow directly from frontier isolation itself. Darkness and wilderness have always encouraged human imagination, especially among children trying to make sense of enormous, unfamiliar landscapes. By midday, the rain finally weakens into mist. Children return immediately to work. A group gathers near the blacksmith shop carrying broken tools and horseshoes for repair. Another helps unload sacks of grain from a wagon, arriving after several difficult days on muddy roads. You notice something else, too. The children move confidently through the settlement in ways adults sometimes do not. They know every trail, every dangerous puddle, every stubborn animal, every family routine. Frontier children often develop practical survival skills remarkably quickly because daily life demands constant adaptation. One little girl can identify edible plants growing near the riverbank more accurately than many adults. Another boy demonstrates how to set simple rabbit snares using twisted wire and carved sticks. A teenager sharpens hunting knives with calm concentration while discussing weather patterns for upcoming planting season. These are not sheltered childhoods, but they are deeply knowledgeable ones. That knowledge comes at emotional cost sometimes. You overhear two children discussing the death of a younger sibling from fever during winter almost casually while stacking firewood, not because they are cruel, because loss becomes familiar on the frontier. Illness, accidents, childbirth complications, river drownings, animal attacks. Children witness realities modern societies often hide carefully away from them. and yet they still invent games. That may be the most human detail of all. Near sunset, several boys organize a race, using sticks as pretend horses across the muddy clearing, while girls nearby clap and laugh beneath drifting smoke from evening fires. Someone starts singing badly. Another child attempts juggling apples and immediately drops all of them into the mud. The adults barely glance up from their work, perhaps because they understand something important. Children need moments of joy desperately out here. Inside the cabins, supper preparations begin again. Firelight glows warmly through cracks between the logs. One exhausted mother finally sits down, while her daughter quietly brushes tangles from a younger sibling's hair beside the hearth. The settlement grows softer as darkness approaches. Rain taps gently against roofs. Dogs settle beside fires. Children yawn openly now after long days filled with labor disguised occasionally as play. And somewhere beneath all the mud, exhaustion, responsibility, and cold wilderness surrounding them, frontier children continue growing up far faster than anyone should have to. A cold rain hangs over the settlement for 3 straight days, turning the roads into deep rivers of mud and keeping most families crowded tightly inside their cabins. Smoke lingers low beneath the gray sky. Wet clothing hangs beside every hearth. Children cough through the night, while dogs sleep so close to the fires that their fur smells permanently scorched. And then the doctor arrives. You hear him before you see him, a wagon creaking slowly through mud, horse hooves splashing, glass bottles clinking softly somewhere beneath a canvas covering. The settlement reacts immediately. Cabin doors open. People step outside, pulling coats tighter around themselves while watching the wagon approach through the drizzle. Frontier doctors travel constantly between isolated communities, and their arrival often creates equal amounts of hope and anxiety. Because frontier medicine is complicated. The wagon finally stops near the center of the settlement. The doctor climbs down stiffly, rubbing his back before adjusting a dark wool coat shiny from rain and years of use. He carries a leather bag heavy with instruments, herbs, powders, and remedies that modern medicine would sometimes recognize and sometimes absolutely not recognize. One child whispers nervously that he heard this doctor once removed a bullet using fireplace tongs and whiskey. Honestly, that story might even be true. The doctor barely has time to greet anyone before settlers begin listing problems all at once. Persistent fever, a child with breathing trouble, a deep cut from an axe accident, tooth pain, a woman exhausted after childbirth, a strange rash spreading through one family's cabin. Frontier doctors rarely specialize. They treat everything because there is nobody else available. You follow the doctor toward the first cabin, where a little boy lies sweating beneath blankets beside the fire. His breathing sounds rough and uneven. The room smells strongly of smoke, damp fabric, and boiled herbs. The mother looks exhausted, in the particular way only worried parents can manage. The doctor kneels beside the child and begins asking questions quietly. How long has the fever lasted? Has he eaten? Any vomiting? Any chills? Despite the limitations of frontier medicine, many doctors genuinely try their best using the knowledge available to them. Some are surprisingly skilled. Others possess confidence vastly exceeding their actual ability. The frontier, unfortunately, does not include reliable medical licensing boards politely reviewing qualifications. You notice strange items inside the doctor's bag. Glass jars filled with powders, metal instruments wrapped in cloth, bundles of dried plants, small bottles containing liquids in alarming colors. Medical treatment during the early 1800s exists in an uncertain space between practical observation, folk remedies, inherited traditions, and deeply questionable theories. Germs remain unknown scientifically. Infection itself is poorly understood. Many illnesses receive treatment aimed at balancing bodily humors or removing supposed impurities. This occasionally helps accidentally. Other times, it definitely does not. The doctor mixes a bitter-smelling tonic, while the boy's mother watches anxiously. Nearby, another child coughs into a blanket beside the wall. Entire frontier families often become sick together because cabins are crowded, smoky, poorly ventilated, and impossible to isolate properly during winter. Outside, the rain continues falling steadily. The doctor moves from cabin to cabin throughout the afternoon. At one home, he examines a trapper whose leg wound has swollen badly after a hunting accident several days earlier. The smell inside the cabin tells you immediately the injury is serious. The doctor cleans the wound using whiskey. The trapper grips the edge of the bed hard enough that his knuckles turn white. No anesthetic, no antibiotics, only determination and whatever crude pain relief exists nearby. Frontier survival sometimes depends entirely on enduring unbearable discomfort quietly enough not to frighten everyone else. By late afternoon, the doctor reaches a cabin where an older woman sits grinding herbs beside the fire. She studies him with visible skepticism. Frontier communities often rely heavily on local healers, midwives, herbal knowledge, and practical folk medicine passed through generations. And to be fair, some traditional remedies actually work surprisingly well. Willow bark contains compounds related to aspirin. Certain herbs help digestion. Steam eases congestion. Honey protects wounds. Meanwhile, some professional medical treatments involve mercury, bloodletting, or consuming substances that sound less medicinal and more like accidental poisoning. Historians still debate how much frontier people trusted doctors overall. Many settlers seem cautiously hopeful, while also remaining deeply suspicious. Probably wise, the doctor accepts tea from the older woman while discussing illness spreading through nearby settlements. Fever outbreaks travel quickly along frontier roads and rivers. Influenza, dysentery, smallpox, cholera, tuberculosis. Disease shapes frontier history constantly, though dramatic Western stories later prefer focusing on gunfights and adventure instead. Honestly, contaminated water kills far more people than outlaws ever do. As evening approaches, the rain finally weakens outside. Smoke drifts upward again from cabin chimneys, while muddy roads reflect fading gray light. The doctor sits briefly beside the blacksmith shop, eating stew from a wooden bowl with exhausted silence. You realize he looks tired beyond words. Frontier doctors travel enormous distances through terrible weather, carrying responsibility impossible to fully manage. Some lose patients constantly despite their efforts. Others likely cause harm unintentionally while believing completely in their treatments. Medicine itself remains unfinished. And yet people still wait desperately for the wagon to arrive. That matters too. One young mother quietly asks the doctor if he believes her coughing daughter will survive the winter. He pauses before answering carefully. You notice he does not promise certainty. Perhaps experience has taught him better. Night settles slowly over the settlement. Inside cabins, people swallow bitter medicines beside flickering fires. Herbal steam fills the air. Mothers cool fevers with damp cloths. Fathers sit awake listening to difficult breathing in dark, crowded rooms, while wind presses softly against the walls. Outside, the doctor's wagon waits beside the muddy road, ready to continue onward tomorrow, toward another isolated settlement, carrying more illness, more hope, and more uncertainty through the endless frontier darkness. Sunday morning arrives with pale sunlight spilling softly across the settlement after nearly a week of rain. The muddy roads have begun drying at the edges. Smoke rises straight upward into still air. For once, the usual sounds of axes and hammers seem quieter. People are dressing carefully today. You notice it immediately. Women smooth wrinkles from faded dresses beside cabin doorways. Men scrape mud from boots using knives and sticks. Children complain softly while having their hair brushed with alarming determination. One little boy attempts escaping toward the river before being captured halfway across the clearing by his older sister. Even on the frontier, apparently, children dislike preparing for church. The gathering place sits near the center of the settlement, inside a rough log building larger than the surrounding cabins. During weekdays, it serves several purposes at once: community meetings, shared meals, trading space during storms, sometimes even temporary shelter for travelers. But today it becomes a church. Frontier religion often looks practical rather than grand. There are no enormous cathedrals here, no stained glass windows glowing beneath candlelight, no choir robes or polished marble floors, just rough benches, smoke-stained beams, muddy boots, and exhausted people trying to hold on to meaning while surviving difficult lives. You walk toward the building with the others. The settlement feels strangely peaceful this morning. Dogs nap beneath wagons. Chickens wander quietly between puddles. Somewhere nearby, somebody practices a hymn badly enough that even the birds seem concerned. Inside the gathering hall, sunlight filters through gaps between the logs in narrow golden lines. Families settle onto rough benches while children whisper and fidget beside them. The room smells of damp wool, wood smoke, leather, and fresh pine sap from recently repaired walls. A traveling preacher stands near the front, holding a weather-worn Bible. Traveling ministers become important figures across the frontier because isolated settlements rarely support permanent clergy. Some preachers ride hundreds of miles between communities carrying sermons, news, and gossip along muddy wilderness roads. Historians studying frontier religion often describe these ministers as part spiritual guide, part counselor, part entertainer, and occasionally part survival expert. Out here, versatility matters. The preacher begins speaking softly while late morning light spreads across the crowded room. His voice carries easily through the timber walls. He talks about endurance, patience, hope during difficult winters. The language feels familiar to the people listening because frontier life constantly requires all three. You notice something interesting. Some settlers close their eyes peacefully during the sermon. Others look deeply skeptical. One older trapper near the back seems more interested in repairing fishing line than spiritual reflection. Frontier communities contain enormous religious variety despite later stereotypes suggesting otherwise. Baptists, Methodists, Presbyterians, Catholics, Quakers, and many others move west, carrying different beliefs into shared settlements. Some people attend church faithfully. Others rarely appear, except during weddings or funerals. A few openly distrust organized religion altogether. Human beings remain wonderfully inconsistent, even while isolated in the wilderness. Still, church gatherings serve purposes beyond theology. They create community. After days or weeks spent working inside scattered cabins, settlers finally gather together in one place. News travels quickly through the room, before and after the sermon. A nearby settlement lost livestock during flooding. A trader arrived from the east carrying coffee and fabric. A family farther west needs help rebuilding after chimney fire damage. Someone whispers about possible land disputes near the river crossing. Church on the frontier becomes part worship service, part social network, part emotional survival mechanism. The preacher pauses occasionally while children fuss beside tired parents. One baby begins crying loudly during a prayer. Nobody seems especially offended. Frontier expectations remain practical. Life continues happening no matter how sacred the occasion. Outside, sunlight warms the muddy clearing slowly. Inside, the sermon continues. The preacher speaks now about loneliness. That word changes the atmosphere in the room almost immediately. Many settlers understand loneliness intimately. The long distances between cabins, harsh winters, months without letters from family back east, endless labor leaving little energy for friendship or celebration. Frontier isolation affects people deeply, even when they rarely discuss it openly. One woman near the front wipes tears quietly while staring down at folded hands. Historians sometimes underestimate how emotionally difficult frontier life becomes, because records often focus on physical hardship instead. But loneliness appears constantly in diaries and letters. So does homesickness, fear, grief, anxiety about uncertain futures. Religion offers language for surviving those feelings. After the sermon, the mood shifts quickly. Children rush outside immediately. Adults remain talking in small groups across the clearing while sunlight brightens overhead. Food appears from baskets seemingly by magic. Cornbread, preserves, dried apples, smoked meat. Somebody even produces a pie slightly burned around the edges, but greeted like royal treasure anyway. You realize frontier gatherings often blur seriousness and celebration together. People laugh more now. Stories spread between groups. Men discuss crops and road conditions, while women exchange recipes, remedies, and local news. Teenagers steal shy glances toward one another beside the well. An older man begins playing fiddle music near the doorway, while children dance recklessly through the mud. For a few hours, the frontier feels lighter, less isolated, more human. One trapper describes hearing wolves howl so close to his cabin last week that his dog hid beneath the bed until sunrise. Another settler claims a black bear stole half a smoked ham directly from his storage shed during winter. There is disagreement immediately about whether that story is exaggerated. Honestly, frontier storytelling usually includes at least some creative improvements. By late afternoon, families slowly begin returning toward their cabins, carrying leftover food and sleepy children. The gathering hall empties gradually until only drifting smoke and fading voices remain behind. The settlement grows quiet again, but something important lingers after these Sunday meetings. Connection. Even temporary connection matters enormously out here. As evening settles softly over the frontier, candles begin glowing in scattered cabins across the valley. Somewhere, faintly in the distance, somebody continues singing a church hymn while darkness gathers slowly between the trees. Night settles slowly across the frontier settlement while the last traces of orange sunlight fade behind the trees. Smoke drifts low above the cabins. One by one, small windows darken as candles are extinguished to save precious wax. Soon, the wilderness begins reclaiming the edges of human sound. And then you hear it, a wolf howling somewhere far beyond the river. The sound rises through the cold air, long and hollow, echoing faintly between the hills before fading again into silence. Inside the cabin, nobody panics. That tells you this is normal. The family continues preparing for sleep, while the father quietly checks the rifle, resting beside the doorway out of pure habit. Frontier settlers become deeply familiar with animal sounds because wilderness surrounds them constantly. Wolves, owls, coyotes, foxes, insects, frogs. Strange cries in darkness that modern people would probably mistake for supernatural events after about 3 minutes. Honestly, frontier nights require emotional resilience. You lie beside the fire wrapped in rough blankets while listening carefully to the sounds outside the cabin walls. Wind moves through the trees in slow waves. Branches scrape against one another. Somewhere nearby, horses shift restlessly inside a muddy enclosure. Then comes another noise, a sudden crashing sound deeper in the woods. The youngest child freezes immediately beneath his blanket. "What was that?" he whispers. The father pauses before answering calmly that it is probably only a deer moving through brush near the settlement. Probably. That word hangs in the darkness for a moment. Probably. Frontier life contains endless uncertainty like this. Settlers constantly interpret sounds they cannot fully identify. Most turn out harmless. Some do not. Bears occasionally wander close to cabins searching for food. Wolves circle livestock during hard winters. Wildcats scream with noises disturbingly similar to terrified humans. And then there are the sounds nobody explains confidently afterward. You understand now why frontier ghost stories become so popular. Outside the cabin, darkness feels complete. Not city darkness softened by distant electric glow. This is true wilderness night, stretching across forests and rivers for miles in every direction. Once fires burn low and clouds cover the moon, the frontier becomes almost impossibly black. Many settlers describe this darkness vividly in diaries. Some find it peaceful. Others admit it frightened them badly during their first years. One woman reportedly confessed she avoided looking outside cabin windows after midnight because the forest felt too enormous, as though something ancient might suddenly stare back at her from the trees. The fire settles lower. A shower of sparks rises briefly toward the chimney before vanishing. Beside you, the older children whisper quietly about stories heard during Sunday gathering earlier. One claims a traveler disappeared near the river crossing several winters ago after hearing strange voices outside his camp. Another insists an abandoned cabin farther north becomes haunted whenever storms pass through the valley. Their mother interrupts immediately, not because she fully disbelieves the stories, perhaps, but because nobody wants children refusing nighttime water trips out of terror. Still, frontier superstition spreads easily for understandable reasons. Isolation shapes imagination powerfully. Strange illnesses appear without warning. Travelers vanish along wilderness trails. Animal sounds echo unpredictably through darkness. Weather changes suddenly. Entire settlements sometimes disappear from maps after difficult seasons. The wilderness keeps secrets remarkably well. You step outside briefly into the cold night air. The settlement glows faintly behind you beneath scattered lantern light. Beyond the final cabins, the forest begins almost immediately. Dense and silent beneath moonlit branches, frost sparkles across the muddy ground. Your breath drifts pale in the darkness. Then an owl calls nearby. Sharp! Sudden. You nearly jump anyway. Frontier settlers often judge newcomers by how they react to nighttime wilderness sounds. Experienced hunters recognize animal calls easily. New arrivals sometimes mistake ordinary fox cries for dying humans or panic over harmless rustling in the trees. To be fair, some animal noises genuinely sound horrifying. A fox screaming at night could probably convince entire modern neighborhoods that ancient curses are unfolding nearby. You walk toward the edge of the clearing where several dogs suddenly lift their heads alertly toward the woods. Their bodies stiffen, low growls ripple through the darkness. For a few seconds, everything feels intensely still. Then the dogs relax again. False alarm. Probably. Back inside the cabin, preparations for sleep continue. Boots dry beside the fire. Damp socks hang from ceiling beams. The mother quietly checks blankets around the youngest children while the father places another log onto the embers before finally sitting down heavily near the hearth. Exhaustion settles differently at night. During daylight, frontier labor keeps minds occupied constantly, but darkness creates space for reflection, worry, homesickness, fear about winter supplies, or distant family members back east. Historians reading private frontier letters often notice how nighttime becomes emotionally difficult for many settlers, despite their outward toughness. One man described lying awake listening to wolves while wondering whether he had doomed his family by moving west. Another admitted he missed hearing church bells more than anything else from his old hometown. The cabin creaks softly as temperatures drop outside. Wind pushes gently against the walls. Somewhere beyond the river, another wolf howls again, this time joined faintly by others farther away. The sound rolls through the valley wild and lonely beneath the stars. Yet inside the cabin the fire still burns, small, warm, human. That contrast defines the frontier perhaps better than anything else. Tiny, fragile settlements holding back enormous wilderness, one lantern flame at a time. Your eyes grow heavy listening to the rhythm of breathing, crackling embers, and distant animal calls blending together in the darkness. Outside, the frontier night stretches endlessly beneath cold stars. Inside, families sleep lightly beside their fires, while the wilderness waits patiently beyond the walls. Morning arrives beneath thick gray clouds, and the settlement wakes to the sound of wheels stuck in mud again. A wagon has sunk nearly to its axle beside the main road. 3 men stand around it, already arguing in tired voices, while 2 horses strain uselessly against their harnesses. Mud splashes across everything: boots, wagon boards, coat sleeves. Even the horses look emotionally exhausted by the sedition. Frontier roads are less roads and more ongoing negotiations with the earth itself. You step closer while another settler joins the effort, carrying wooden planks meant to create temporary traction beneath the wheels. Nobody seems surprised by the delay. Wagons become trapped constantly during wet seasons. Heavy rains transform roads into thick brown rivers capable of swallowing entire carts if travelers choose the wrong path. One man mutters that spring mud on the frontier could drag the soul straight from your body. A little dramatic, perhaps, but not entirely inaccurate. You look down the road stretching beyond the settlement. Deep ruts carve through the mud in parallel lines from months of wagon travel. Pools of standing water reflect the gloomy sky overhead. Fallen branches block portions of the trail farther west. And this counts as relatively normal conditions. Historians studying frontier transportation often describe travel as one of the greatest hardships settlers face daily. Roads remain rough, narrow, and poorly maintained because building proper infrastructure across expanding wilderness takes enormous labor and money. Many frontier communities simply lack both, so travelers improvise constantly. You watch the trapped wagon carefully. Its cargo includes barrels of flour, iron tools, cloth bundles, and several cages containing deeply offended chickens. A woman sits near the front, holding a sleeping baby beneath blankets, while trying unsuccessfully not to look worried. Because delays matter here. Bad weather can ruin supplies. Animals become exhausted. Food runs low. Nightfall arrives before travelers reach shelter. Simple transportation problems sometimes become survival problems frighteningly fast. The horses lunge forward again after the men wedge planks beneath the wheels. Mud sprays everywhere. One wheel rises slightly before sinking back down with a wet, sucking sound that feels personally insulting somehow, or the entire group groans together. Frontier cooperation often sounds exactly like this. Nearby, another wagon rattles slowly into the settlement, carrying a family relocating farther west. The vehicle creaks alarmingly with every movement. Beds tied beneath canvas coverings sway dangerously beside crates of tools and furniture. You notice something heartbreaking: a rocking chair strapped carefully near the back. Even while abandoning one life and chasing another through wilderness roads, people still carry tiny pieces of home with them. The arriving family looks exhausted beyond words. Their youngest child stares blankly ahead while clutching a rag doll stained from weeks of dust and rain. The father climbs down stiffly and immediately asks about river conditions farther west. Road information becomes precious frontier currency. Which bridges collapsed? Where flooding damaged trails? Which ferries still operate? Whether certain hills become impassable after storms. Travelers trade this knowledge constantly because accurate maps often barely exist. One older settler claims a nearby trail marked clearly on eastern maps actually disappears into a swamp for several miles before ending beside a cliff. Nobody seems shocked. You begin walking along the muddy road beyond the settlement where wagon tracks disappear gradually into forest shadow. The smell here changes constantly: wet earth, rotting leaves, horse sweat, smoke drifting from distant cabins, and always mud. Mud defines frontier travel almost as much as distance itself. Boots remain wet for days, wheels crack under strain, horses develop sores from pulling overloaded wagons through deep ruts. Some travelers reportedly walked beside their wagons for entire journeys simply because riding became too rough and dangerous. Imagine spending weeks bouncing across roads filled with rocks, roots, holes, insect, and mud while rain leaks through canvas overhead. Suddenly, modern traffic feels emotionally manageable. Ahead you encounter a group repairing a damaged section of road using logs laid sideways across the mud. These rough wooden paths are called corduroy roads, though road again feels wildly optimistic. The logs create uneven surfaces that jolt wagons violently with every rotation of the wheels. One traveler compared riding over corduroy roads to being shaken inside a box by an angry giant. That description survives because it sounds accurate. The workers pause long enough to wipe sweat from their faces, despite the cool weather. Road repair never truly ends on the frontier. Rain destroys progress constantly. Trees fall during storms. Flooding washes out bridges overnight. Settlements remain connected through sheer stubbornness more than reliable engineering. You reach a small bridge crossing a narrow creek, or rather, what remains of one. Part of the structure collapsed recently after heavy rain, leaving travelers balancing carefully across temporary repairs made from uneven planks and rope. One horse refuses the crossing entirely until blindfolded by its owner. Smart horse, honestly. Below, muddy water rushes loudly between rocks, carrying branches downstream. Frontier rivers and creeks create endless transportation problems. During dry seasons, crossings may seem manageable. After storms, they become deadly. Many settlers drown attempting river crossings. Wagons overturn. Animals panic. Currents sweep away supplies. Historians studying migration records repeatedly encounter brief, heartbreaking notes about children, tools, or entire wagons lost during flood conditions. The wilderness charges tolls unpredictably. As afternoon light weakens beneath the clouds, you return toward the settlement where the trapped wagon has finally been freed. The exhausted travelers now sit behind a fire drying mud-soaked boots while somebody checks the wagon wheels for damage. One axle already shows worrying cracks. Nothing on the frontier lasts comfortably long. Roads break, wagons break, bodies break sometimes too, yet movement never fully stops. More travelers continue arriving from the east carrying dreams, fears, tools, livestock, children, and impossible optimism into the wilderness. Others leave settlements entirely after difficult seasons, hoping conditions improve farther west. The muddy road remains crowded despite everything, because the frontier itself is still moving, one creaking wagon at a time. The rain finally clears after several difficult days, leaving the road sticky but passable enough for travelers to move again. By late morning, excitement spreads quietly through the settlement because word has arrived that traders reached the nearby post sometime before dawn. Frontier people react to trading posts the way modern people react to enormous shopping centers mixed with social gatherings and rumor factories. You follow the muddy road eastward through thinning forest until the smell reaches you first. Smoke, leather, animal hides, whiskey, horse manure, salted meat. The trading post sits beside the river where several rough roads intersect. Compared to the scattered cabins farther west, this place feels almost crowded. Wagons stand everywhere. Horses tied beside fences stomp impatiently through mud, while traders unload barrels and crates beneath a broad wooden awning. Voices overlap constantly. English, German, French, fragments of native languages. Laughter. Arguments. Prices shouted across the yard. The frontier gathers itself here. You step inside the main trading building where dim light filters through smoky windows onto shelves packed with supplies. Iron nails, lantern oil, wool blankets, gunpowder, coffee beans, cooking pots, fabric rolls, tobacco, salt. Salt especially matters. Modern people rarely think about salt emotionally, but frontier settlers absolutely do. Preserving meat without enough salt becomes nearly impossible. Travelers sometimes journey enormous distances specifically to obtain it. One historian joked that frontier communities treated salt shipments with the reverence of visiting royalty. Honestly, after weeks of salted pork and preservation anxiety, you understand completely. The trader behind the counter weighs flour carefully, using iron scales while speaking with 3 customers simultaneously. Frontier commerce feels loud, improvised, and intensely personal. Cash remains limited in many settlements, so barter dominates countless transactions. A man near the doorway offers animal pelts in exchange for coffee and ammunition. Another trades cured hides for boots. A woman exchanges hand-woven cloth for lamp oil and sugar. Everything has value here if somebody needs it badly enough. You wander deeper inside the trading post, where the smell becomes richer and stranger. Tobacco smoke drifts beneath the ceiling beams. Damp fur pelts hang drying beside stacks of barrels. Somewhere nearby, whiskey spills across rough wooden floorboards. A trapper proudly displays beaver pelts to a trader inspecting them with narrowed eyes. Fur trading remains enormously important across many frontier regions during these years. Beaver hats are fashionable back east and in Europe, which means entire wilderness economies revolve around animals quietly swimming through remote rivers. History becomes wonderfully strange sometimes. One corner of the building contains items so luxurious they almost seem magical after weeks on the frontier. White sugar, real coffee, fine cloth from eastern cities, metal mirrors, small books. A child stares at a jar of colorful candy with the reverence usually reserved for religious experiences. His mother gently pulls him away before financial disaster unfolds. Outside the trading post, conversation matters almost as much as supplies. Travelers gather around fires exchanging news from distant settlements. Political rumors spread beside riverbanks. Stories grow dramatically larger each time they are repeated. One man claims he saw a bear larger than a horse farther north near the mountains. Nobody fully believes him, but nobody fully dismisses him either. That balance defines frontier storytelling beautifully. You notice native traders arriving beside the river carrying bundles of furs, handmade goods, and tools. Frontier trade relationships become deeply complicated across these years. Cooperation, cultural exchange, misunderstanding, tension, and mutual dependence exist side by side constantly. Historians still debate many aspects of these relationships because experiences vary enormously depending on region and time period. Some settlements maintain relatively peaceful trade networks for years. Others collapse into violence or distrust. Human contact on expanding frontiers rarely remains simple. Near the riverbank, a blacksmith repairs damaged wagon fittings while travelers wait impatiently nearby. His hammer rings through the air steadily. Clang, clang, clang. That sound joins dozens of others surrounding the post. Horses snorting, dogs barking, river water moving past dock pilings, somebody playing fiddle music badly behind a storage shed. The entire place feels alive in a restless, exhausting way. You stop beside a group discussing land prices farther west. Everyone seems to know somebody who discovered rich soil beyond the next river or perfect farmland beyond the next ridge. The frontier runs on rumor almost as much as reality. Some rumors prove true. Others lead families directly into disaster. One exhausted traveler describes reaching a supposed fertile valley only to discover rocky ground. swarms of mosquitoes, and winter temperatures cold enough to freeze water buckets beside indoor fires. The listeners nod knowingly. Nobody out here fully trusts promises anymore. Inside the trading post again, a woman purchases sewing needles with visible relief. Such tiny objects become precious surprisingly quickly on the frontier. Broken needles, damaged cookware, cracked axe heads. Small failures create enormous problems when replacement supplies remain distant. A trader unwraps a shipment of books near the counter, and several settlers gather immediately despite the crowd elsewhere. That detail surprises you briefly until you remember how isolated frontier life becomes. Reading material arrives rarely. Newspapers may be months old before reaching distant settlements. Books circulate between families until pages loosen from overuse. One man buys a thin volume of poetry alongside gunpowder and fishing hooks. Human beings continue craving beauty even while surrounded by hardship. As afternoon fades toward evening, the trading post grows louder instead of quieter. Travelers arriving late rush to secure supplies before darkness falls. Whiskey appears more frequently now. So do arguments. One disagreement over horse prices nearly becomes a fistfight before several bystanders intervene. Frontier commerce carries sharp edges. Still, beneath the noise and tension, the trading post provides something essential beyond goods. Connection, news from distant places, evidence that the wider world still exists beyond endless forests and muddy roads. As lanterns begin glowing warmly inside the crowded building, wagons creak back toward scattered settlements carrying flour, salt, stories, gossip, and fragile optimism into the darkening wilderness once again. The first hard frost of autumn arrives quietly during the night. By dawn, the entire settlement glitters silver beneath pale sunlight. Grass crackles underfoot. Thin ice clings to water buckets beside cabin doors. Smoke rises sharply into the cold morning air while settlers emerge wrapped in layers of wool, leather, and whatever warmth they can manage. You immediately notice how bulky everyone looks now. Frontier fashion is less about style and more about survival. That does not mean people stop caring about appearance entirely. Humans rarely abandon vanity completely, even while freezing beside muddy rivers. But frontier clothing must endure hard labor, brutal weather, insects, smoke, rain, and constant repairs. Beautiful fabric means little if it cannot survive chopping wood in sleet. A woman standing outside her cabin beats dust from a thick wool cloak while muttering about mice chewing through stored blankets again. Nearby, a boy struggles into stiff leather boots still damp from yesterday's rain. The boots squeak loudly with every step. He looks personally betrayed by them. You walk through the settlement, studying the layers people wear against the growing cold. Men often dress in linen shirts beneath wool coats or hunting jackets made from deer hide. Trousers are patched repeatedly at the knees and cuffs. Suspenders hold everything together with stubborn determination. Women wear long dresses layered beneath aprons, shawls, cloaks, and knitted stockings. During winter, many wrap scarves tightly around their hair, simply to keep warmth from escaping. And nearly everyone smells faintly of smoke. That scent becomes part of frontier identity itself. Fires burn constantly inside cabins for cooking and heat, filling fabric with wood smoke so deeply that travelers reportedly recognized frontier settlements partly by smell before seeing them. Honestly, after enough time here, Clean laundry probably feels suspicious. Near the blacksmith shop, two women hang freshly dyed wool beside a fence while discussing winter preparations. One proudly explains she traded extra butter at the trading post for finer thread imported from eastern mills. Small luxuries matter enormously on the frontier. A colorful ribbon, a warm pair of gloves, a decent hat capable of blocking icy wind. These things become emotional treasures during long winters. You notice children wearing clothing clearly passed down through several siblings already. Sleeves rolled awkwardly, pants patched at different lengths, shoes slightly too large so they might still fit next year. Nothing gets wasted. Fabric production requires exhausting labor. Sheep must be raised and sheared, wool cleaned, spun, woven, cut, sewn, repaired endlessly afterward. Frontier women spend countless evening hours spinning thread beside the fire while children sleep nearby. One settler reportedly joked that frontier clothing is born from sheep and dies as quilt patches. That sounds accurate. A hunter passes carrying animal hides draped over one shoulder. Fur becomes increasingly important as temperatures drop. Beaver hats, rabbit-lined gloves, fox fur collars, deer-hide moccasins. Frontier people use nearly every available resource for warmth. There is scholarly debate about how much native clothing techniques influence frontier dress across different regions. Evidence suggests many settlers quickly adopt practical elements from indigenous knowledge because survival tends to defeat cultural arrogance eventually. Warm feet are persuasive teachers. You step inside a cabin where several women sit together sewing beside the firelight. Needles flash through fabric while conversation drifts softly around the room. The atmosphere feels strangely peaceful compared to the endless outdoor labor. Whir of spinning wheel, crackling fire, scissors clipping thread, children whispering nearby. These quiet domestic moments rarely dominate dramatic frontier stories later, yet they occupy enormous portions of real daily life. One older woman carefully repairs a heavily worn coat while explaining how difficult it became to replace fabric during previous winters when roads closed early. Another recalls sewing mittens from old blankets after livestock losses ruined the family's income one season. Clothing here carries memory as much as function. You glance toward garments hanging near the fire, a wedding dress altered into children's shirts, an old military coat reused for winter bedding, wool stockings repaired so many times the original knitting nearly disappears beneath newer thread. Every item tells a story of adaptation. Outside again. Cold wind moves through the settlement, carrying the smell of pine and chimney smoke. Men preparing firewood now wear thicker gloves and heavier coats against the sharpening weather. Their breath drifts white in the air with each swing of the axe. One young man arriving from the east immediately draws attention because of his unusually fine clothing. His coat appears tailored, his boots polished, his hat almost absurdly clean. The settlement studies him with quiet amusement. By tomorrow, the mud will correct this situation naturally. Frontier conditions erase elegance quickly. Still, settlers continue making efforts when possible. Church gatherings bring out cleaner dresses and carefully brushed coats. Young couples pay attention to appearance during dances or community meals. Even isolated communities preserve social rituals around clothing because presentation still communicates pride, status, and personality. Human beings remain wonderfully stubborn that way. A little girl proudly twirls beside the well wearing a bright blue ribbon recently purchased from the trading post. The ribbon probably cost very little back east. Here it transforms her entire afternoon. The frost begins melting slowly under weak sunlight. Water drips from cabin roofs. Mud returns gradually beneath boots and wagon wheels. But winter waits just beyond the horizon now, and everyone knows it. Soon heavier snow will bury the roads. Fires will burn day and night. Wool blankets and patched coats will matter more than fashion ever could. And inside every crowded cabin across the frontier, families will wrap themselves against the cold using clothing stitched together through patience, labor, memory, and survival itself. The river looks calm from a distance. That is the dangerous part. Morning fog drifts low across the water while wagons gather near the crossing point beside the settlement. Horses stamp impatiently in the cold mud. Ropes creak softly against wooden posts. Somewhere downstream, you hear water rushing harder beneath the mist. Today, several families need to cross, and nobody seems entirely comfortable about it. Frontier rivers control movement almost as much as roads do. During dry seasons, they provide trade routes, fish, water, and easier transportation than muddy trails. But after storms or during spring thaw, rivers become unpredictable barriers capable of swallowing wagons, animals, and people with terrifying speed. You walk toward the ferry landing, where a flat wooden raft waits tied beside the bank. The structure looks alarmingly fragile for something expected to carry entire wagons across moving water. One traveler mutters exactly what you are thinking. The ferryman ignores him completely. That probably means he has heard the same comment every day for years. The ferryman himself is a broad-shouldered older man with weathered hands and a beard smelling faintly of pipe smoke and river water. He studies the current carefully before allowing the first wagon forward. Experience matters enormously here. River crossings depend on reading water conditions correctly, and rivers change moods constantly. A family preparing to cross tightens ropes around their belongings while the mother clutches a small child against her chest. The wagon carries nearly everything they own: blankets, cooking tools, seed sacks, furniture, clothing. If the river takes the wagon, it takes their future too. You notice the father staring at the current longer than necessary. Fear on the frontier often hides behind silence. The ferry platform groans loudly as the wagon rolls aboard. Horses snort nervously while muddy wheels settle against rough planks. Another man secures guide ropes stretched across the river, while the ferryman calls instructions calmly above the sound of moving water. Then the crossing begins. Slowly the ferry drifts outward from shore. Water slaps heavily against the wooden sides. Fog swirls around the wagon wheels. Everyone aboard remains completely still, except for one frightened child, quietly crying into his mother's coat. You suddenly understand why frontier diaries mention rivers so often. Crossings feel deeply personal. The wilderness becomes concentrated into one moment of uncertainty between two riverbanks. Nearby settlers, waiting their turn, begin telling stories while watching the ferry move through the mist. One remembers a wagon overturning during spring floods years earlier. Another describes losing 2 oxen during an icy crossing farther north. Nobody tells these stories dramatically. That somehow makes them more unsettling. Frontier history is filled with ordinary disasters, spoken about in tired, practical voices. The ferry reaches the opposite bank safely at last. Relief spreads visibly through the waiting families, even though they pretend otherwise. The wagon rolls off onto muddy ground, while the ferryman immediately begins preparing for another trip. No celebration, just repetition. A second family approaches, leading nervous horses toward the raft. This wagon appears heavier, stacked dangerously high beneath canvas coverings. A blacksmith nearby shakes his head quietly and mutters that the load should be divided before crossing. The owner refuses. Time matters too much. That decision creates immediate tension along the riverbank. Historians studying frontier migration often notice how exhaustion affects judgment. Travelers facing delays, hunger, weather, or failing supplies sometimes take risks they would normally avoid. Human beings under pressure begin bargaining with probability itself. The overloaded wagon creaks onto the ferry. Even the ferryman looks unhappy now. Halfway across the river, the current suddenly shifts stronger around the raft. One horse panics immediately, jerking sideways against its harness. The wagon tilts sharply enough that several people on shore gasp aloud. For one terrible second, it seems the entire load might slide directly into the water. The ferryman shouts commands. Men pull hard against the guide ropes. The frightened horse slips, but regains footing somehow. Then slowly, painfully slowly, the raft steadies again. Nobody speaks while it finishes crossing. When the wagon finally reaches shore, the owner climbs down visibly shaking, despite trying to appear calm. His wife sits motionless for several seconds before stepping onto land, clutching her child so tightly the little girl complains softly. You realize something important then. Frontier courage rarely looks dramatic. Most people are afraid constantly. They simply continue moving anyway. Farther downstream, several younger men prepare to ford the river directly on horseback, rather than wait for the ferry. The ferryman watches them with obvious disapproval. One rider laughs confidently before guiding his horse into the current. The river immediately pushes harder than expected. Water rises nearly to the saddle, while the horse struggles for footing over hidden rocks beneath the muddy surface. For several tense moments, it looks as though both rider and animal may be swept downstream entirely. Then they emerge, dripping onto the opposite bank. The rider raises one arm triumphantly. The ferryman spits into the river with the exhausted expression of someone tired of watching young men survive bad decisions accidentally. By afternoon, the fog burns away completely. Sunlight flashes across moving water while wagons continue arriving steadily at the crossing. Some families wait patiently. Others argue about prices or delays. Children throw stones into the river while dogs bark at passing horses. The frontier keeps moving, always moving, one crossing at a time. You sit beside the bank, listening to water rushing past worn wooden pilings. Rivers shape everything here: trade routes, settlement patterns, travel speed, survival itself. Entire towns appear beside useful crossings and disappear again when floods destroy them. Nature decides constantly which human plans survive. As evening approaches, the final ferry crossing drifts through golden sunlight toward the western shore. Wheels creak softly. Horses breathe clouds into the cooling air. The current pulls steadily beneath the raft, carrying branches, leaves, and reflections downstream toward places no settler has reached yet. Beyond the river, the wilderness continues endlessly westward, and tomorrow more wagons will come. Cold wind sweeps through the settlement all afternoon, carrying dust, chimney smoke, and the smell of damp leaves from the forest. Near the blacksmith shop, voices rise suddenly loud enough that several people stop working to look toward the road. Two men are arguing beside a wagon loaded with timber. At first, the disagreement sounds ordinary. Frustration over damaged wheels, delayed deliveries, the kind of sharp-edged conversation common anywhere exhausted people struggle through difficult conditions. Then one man shoves the other hard enough that he stumbles backward into the mud. Everything nearby becomes still. Frontier settlements develop quickly, often faster than formal systems of law can follow. Judges may live days away. Sheriffs might cover enormous territories with almost no support. Written property boundaries remain uncertain. Records disappear in fires or never existed properly to begin with. And when rules become unclear, arguments grow dangerous surprisingly fast. The larger man reaches instinctively toward the hunting knife hanging from his belt. Several bystanders move immediately between them before the situation worsens. You notice something interesting. Nobody seems shocked exactly. Concerned, yes. Tired, perhaps, but not surprised. Conflict belongs to frontier life the same way mud and smoke do. The blacksmith finally pulls the men apart while demanding they explain the problem properly. Apparently, both claim ownership over the same stack of cut timber waiting beside the river. One insists he purchased the trees weeks earlier. The other claims the land itself belongs to his family already. And now everyone nearby is debating maps nobody fully trusts. Land disputes become incredibly common on the early frontier. Surveys remain inaccurate. Boundaries shift constantly. Rivers change course after floods. Settlers arrive carrying vague documents or verbal agreements impossible to verify easily. Sometimes families unknowingly build cabins directly on land already claimed by someone else. That tends to create unpleasant conversations eventually. The argument drifts toward the gathering hall, where several older settlers volunteer to mediate before anyone does something regrettable. Frontier justice often works this way. Community pressure, informal meetings, practical compromise if possible. Not because settlements are especially peaceful, because official legal systems remain distant and unreliable. Inside the gathering hall, muddy boots scrape across wooden floors, while the two men continue presenting their versions of events. Voices rise again occasionally before calming under sharp looks from the older settlers seated nearby. You sit near the doorway, listening. The discussion moves slowly because evidence is limited. One man produces folded papers from an Eastern land office. Another points out that the river changed position after spring flooding several years earlier, making old property descriptions questionable anyway. Honestly, the frontier sometimes feels held together entirely by exhausted negotiation. A woman quietly brings coffee into the room while children gather outside, trying unsuccessfully to overhear everything through the walls. Community disputes become entertainment, partly because isolated settlements offer very little distraction. One older farmer finally speaks after nearly an hour of argument. He reminds everyone that winter is approaching and splitting the settlement apart over timber helps nobody. The room grows quieter after that. Frontier survival depends heavily on cooperation, even between people who dislike one another, especially between people who dislike one another. Historians studying frontier communities often challenge the later myth of totally lawless settlements filled only with violence and chaos. Most people actually want stability desperately because survival already requires enormous effort. Constant fighting threatens everyone's safety and trade. Still, violence absolutely happens. You hear stories constantly. A trapper cheated during fur trading. a drunken knife fight near a tavern, families feuding over livestock or water access. One traveler quietly mentions a nearby settlement where a man vanished entirely after refusing to leave disputed land. Nobody asks follow-up questions. That silence says enough. By late afternoon, the timber dispute reaches a compromise nobody seems fully happy about. The contested wood will be divided temporarily until clearer land surveys arrive from the east. If they ever arrive, the two men shake hands stiffly without meeting each other's eyes. Frontier reconciliation often looks more practical than heartfelt. Outside, cold sunlight slants through drifting smoke, while the settlement slowly returns to work. Axes resume chopping, horses stamp beside wagons, somebody repairs fencing damage during the recent storm. Life continues quickly here, because it has to. Near the edge of the settlement, you encounter another small gathering beside a cabin where several women discuss a teenager accused of stealing food supplies from storage sheds during the previous week. Hunger creates tension everywhere on the frontier, especially after poor harvests. The accused boy stands nearby, staring at the ground, while adults argue quietly about punishment. Some demand public whipping. Others insist the family simply needs more help surviving winter. Frontier justice varies wildly depending on local values, desperation, religion, weather, and who happens to be involved. Compassion and harshness often exist side by side unpredictably. Eventually, the boy is ordered to work repairing roads and chopping wood for the families he stole from, rather than facing physical punishment. He nods silently without protest. Perhaps relief, perhaps shame, probably both. As evening settles over the settlement, lanterns glow warmly through cabin windows while smoke rises into darkening skies. The earlier conflict already feels strangely distant beneath the ordinary rhythm of frontier labor continuing around it. But the tension never disappears completely. You sense it beneath conversations sometimes. The awareness that survival pressures people constantly. That isolation magnifies disagreements. That official authority remains weak here compared to older eastern towns. One older settler sitting beside the fire later summarizes frontier justice quietly while sharpening his knife. Out here, he says, people learn fast that fairness matters, but survival matters first. The words linger in the smoky air long after the conversation ends. Outside, cold wind moves through the dark trees beyond the settlement. Somewhere in the distance, a dog begins barking sharply at something unseen near the edge of the woods. Inside the cabins, families pull blankets tighter while fires crackle softly against the growing night. And tomorrow, the fragile work of holding the settlement together will begin all over again. The morning begins quietly enough. Thin fog drifts above the river, while frost clings to the grass near the cabins. Smoke rises from chimneys in soft gray columns. Somewhere beyond the settlement, an axe echoes through the trees with slow, steady rhythm. Then the dogs begin barking. Not playful barking, alert barking. Every head in the settlement turns toward the eastern trail, where several riders emerge gradually through the mist. Horses move carefully over the muddy ground, while bundles of fur and supplies sway behind the saddles. The riders are from a nearby native village that trades with the settlement several times each season. You notice the atmosphere change immediately. Not fear exactly, but caution. Attention! Frontier relationships between settlers and native nations remain deeply complicated during these years. Trade, cooperation, friendship, suspicion, misunderstanding, and violence exist side by side, constantly depending on region, circumstance, and history. Simple stories rarely survive contact with reality out here. The riders approach calmly, while several settlers step forward near the trading shed. Greetings are exchanged in a mixture of English and shared frontier phrases learned over years of contact. One older native trader dismounts beside the blacksmith shop, carrying rolled animal hides over one shoulder. Business begins almost immediately. Beaver pelts for iron tools, dried meat for salt, wool blankets for crafted leather goods. Trade links these communities together whether they fully trust one another or not. Historians continue debating the exact balance of cooperation and conflict across frontier settlements because experiences vary enormously. Some regions maintain relatively peaceful exchange networks for generations. Others collapse rapidly into violence over land pressure, broken treaties, disease, or retaliation cycles. And always, underneath everything, land itself remains the central question. Who belongs here? Who controls movement? Who decides the future of the frontier? You walk closer while traders examine goods spread across rough wooden tables beside the river. The smells blend together strangely. Smoke, tanned leather, wet horses, pine sap, coffee brewing somewhere nearby. A native woman unwraps finely crafted moccasins lined with fur soft enough to make frontier boots suddenly seem ridiculous by comparison. Several settlers inspect them with obvious admiration. Practical knowledge travels across cultures surprisingly quickly, especially knowledge connected to surviving winter. One older settler quietly admits that local native hunters move through forests far more efficiently than most frontier families ever manage. Another mentions learning which wild plants remain edible during harsh winters from nearby tribes years earlier after crop failures nearly destroyed the settlement. The frontier forces cultural exchange constantly, even between groups carrying distrust toward one another. Nearby, children stare curiously from behind wagons while adults negotiate prices and supplies. One little boy watches a native hunter repairing arrow shafts with total fascination until his mother gently pulls him back toward the cabins. Fear and curiosity often grow together. A trapper beside the river begins discussing hunting routes farther north with two native traders, using gestures and broken shared vocabulary. Rivers, animal migrations, weather patterns, and safe winter camps become common trading knowledge because survival depends heavily on environmental understanding. Meanwhile, rumors move through the settlement quietly. Someone claims another settlement farther west recently experienced violence after settlers expanded too aggressively onto hunting territory. Another insists soldiers may eventually arrive to establish stronger control over frontier regions. Nobody seems certain about anything. That uncertainty defines much of frontier life. You notice older native traders studying the expanding settlement carefully, while conversation continues around them. New cabins appear each year, more fences, more fields cleared from forest, more roads stretching westward. Expansion changes everything slowly at first, then suddenly. Historians looking back on these years often emphasize how quickly frontier growth transforms landscapes that had remained stable for generations beforehand. Forests disappear, rivers become crowded with traffic, animal populations shift dramatically. Entire ways of life begin changing under growing pressure. Yet in this moment beside the river, ordinary human interaction still dominates. trading, talking, watching children play near wagons, complaining about weather. One native elder laughs quietly while observing a settler struggle unsuccessfully to control an overloaded mule beside the road. The laughter spreads immediately through nearby traders from both communities. Some experiences appear universal. By afternoon, several settlers invite the visitors to share food beside outdoor fires. Stew simmers in iron pots, while smoke drifts lazily upward through cold autumn sunlight. Conversations become more relaxed now that business has mostly concluded. You overhear stories moving between groups. Difficult winters, flooded rivers, successful hunts, travelers lost during storms. The wilderness shapes everyone here regardless of culture. Still, tension never fully disappears either. A young settler near the blacksmith shop watches the visitors too closely, with one hand resting near his rifle. Nearby, one native rider studies newly cleared farmland with unreadable expression before turning away silently. History itself seems to sit quietly between every conversation. As evening approaches, horses are prepared for departure, purchased supplies tied carefully into bundles, farewells exchanged beside the muddy road. Children wave awkwardly from cabin doorways, while dogs circle excitedly around the horses. The riders disappear gradually back into the forest trail beneath fading sunlight. And almost immediately, the settlement begins talking about them once they are gone. Some settlers praise the trade relationships. Others speak nervously about growing tensions farther west. One older woman simply says the frontier would collapse completely without cooperation between communities who understand the wilderness differently. That observation lingers in your thoughts as darkness settles across the valley. Smoke rises above the cabins. Fires glow warmly behind rough windows. Beyond the settlement, the forest stretches endlessly beneath the cold evening sky, carrying countless histories deeper than the frontier settlers fully understand. And somewhere within those woods, the riders continue home, beneath gathering stars, while the uncertain future of the frontier moves slowly forward around everyone involved. The wind rises after sunset, carrying cold air through the settlement and rattling loose shutters against cabin walls. Smoke drifts sideways across the clearing, while families retreat indoors one by one, closing doors tightly against the growing chill. Tonight the wilderness sounds restless. Branches scrape together overhead. Dogs bark toward the forest intermittently. Somewhere far away, thunder mutters beyond the hills, even though no rain has arrived yet. Inside the largest cabin near the river, several families gather beside the fire after supper. The room glows orange beneath flickering candlelight. Wet boots dry near the hearth, while children crowd together beneath blankets, already half asleep from exhaustion. And naturally, someone begins telling stories. Frontier evenings practically demand storytelling. Darkness arrives early. Labor leaves people too tired for complicated entertainment. So families sit close to the fire, listening to voices rise and fall, while shadows move along the walls. Tonight's storyteller is an older trapper missing 2 fingers from some long-forgotten accident he refuses to explain consistently. Every version changes slightly. Bear attack, ice fishing disaster, duel over whiskey, exploding rifle barrel. Honestly, he may simply enjoy confusing people. He leans closer toward the fire and lowers his voice dramatically. Immediately, the children stop whispering. The story begins with an abandoned cabin several miles north beyond the river crossing. According to the trapper, travelers passing the cabin during winter storms sometimes hear footsteps circling outside, despite no tracks appearing in the snow afterward. One little girl pulls her blanket higher around her shoulders. Her older brother pretends not to look nervous while absolutely looking nervous. Frontier ghost stories thrive because the wilderness already feels mysterious without supernatural assistance. Endless forests, strange animal sounds, travelers disappearing along muddy roads, entire cabins abandoned quietly after illness or harsh winters. Human imagination fills the gaps naturally. Historians studying frontier folklore often notice how stories blend old European superstitions with new wilderness fears, spirits in forests, haunted rivers, strange lights moving between trees, voices heard during blizzards, and always warnings about wandering too far from firelight after dark. The trapper pauses long enough to sip coffee before continuing. He claims one traveler spent the night inside the abandoned cabin years earlier and woke to find frost covering the walls from inside, despite the fire still burning strongly. Now even some adults appear uncomfortable. A woman near the hearth mutters that the story grows less believable every winter. The trapper grins without apology. Accuracy is rarely the primary goal of frontier storytelling. Outside, wind pushes harder against the cabin. The entire structure creaks softly in response. For a brief moment, everyone listens instinctively toward the darkness beyond the walls. Then somebody laughs. The tension breaks immediately. Another storyteller takes over now, describing river monsters supposedly living downstream near swampy territory avoided by trappers. According to him, glowing eyes sometimes appear above the water late at night before livestock mysteriously vanish by morning. A teenage boy asks whether whiskey might also vanish mysteriously in that area. The room erupts into tired laughter. Frontier humor often survives by mocking fear directly. Still, superstition runs surprisingly deep across many settlements. Some families nail horseshoes above cabin doors for luck. Others avoid whistling at night because old traditions claim it attracts spirits or bad weather. Certain hunters carry charms believed to protect against injury during winter travel. Even deeply religious settlers sometimes cling quietly to older beliefs inherited through generations. Humans enjoy pretending logic controls us completely. History repeatedly suggests otherwise. You notice one older woman sitting near the fire, carving symbols carefully into candle wax, while listening silently to the stories. Another settler whispers that she knows herbal remedies and weather signs better than anyone for 50 miles. Some frontier people become half healer, half folk legend, simply through surviving long enough. The storm outside finally begins. Rain strikes the roof hard enough to drown conversation briefly. Wind howls through gaps in the logs. The youngest children move closer toward the fire instinctively, while thunder rolls across the valley. Perfect storytelling weather, honestly. The trapper resumes speaking, this time about travelers hearing phantom wagon wheels during storms, despite empty roads stretching for miles. Historians actually note many frontier legends involving sound specifically. Distant voices, invisible footsteps, knocking at cabin walls. Isolation sharpens human hearing strangely, especially at night. One woman interrupts suddenly to insist the most frightening thing on the frontier is not ghosts, but silence itself. She describes a winter storm years earlier when snowfall became so thick and heavy that every outdoor sound vanished completely for 2 straight days. No birds, no wind, nothing. The room grows thoughtful after that, because everyone understands. True wilderness silence feels enormous. The storm continues deepening outside while candlelight flickers across tired faces. Stories drift gradually from ghosts toward memories instead. Lost travelers, strange weather, children born during blizzards, hunters surviving impossible winters. Not every frontier story becomes supernatural. Many are simply humans trying to explain difficult experiences afterward. Near midnight, the gathering finally begins breaking apart. Children carried half asleep through the rain toward nearby cabins, blankets wrapped tightly against the cold. Final jokes exchanged beside dying embers. Outside, mud glistens beneath lantern light while storm clouds move heavily across the sky. You pause beside the doorway, listening. Wind through trees, rain on rooftops, a distant owl somewhere beyond the settlement, and perhaps, for just one uncertain moment, something else moving softly in the darkness near the forest edge before disappearing again. Probably nothing. Probably. Still, tonight, the frontier feels ancient and mysterious beneath the storm, full of stories too strange to fully dismiss and wilderness too vast to completely understand. Winter settles fully over the frontier by the time the first heavy snowstorm arrives. The roads disappear almost overnight beneath thick white drifts. Wagon tracks vanish. Fence posts shrink beneath snowbanks. Even familiar paths between cabins become difficult to follow once wind begins blowing hard across the valley. And with the storm comes something frontier settlers rarely describe dramatically, but clearly feel deeply. Isolation. You wake before dawn inside a cabin gone strangely quiet beneath the snowfall outside. The usual morning sounds seem muted now. No wagon wheels, no distant hammering from the blacksmith. Even the river beyond the trees moves silently beneath layers of ice and snow. The world feels smaller somehow. Inside the cabin, the fire burns low while everyone still sleeps wrapped tightly beneath blankets. Frost creeps along the edges of the walls, where cold air slips through cracks between the logs. Your breath hangs pale in the dimness. You realize then how completely frontier life depends on connection. Roads, visitors, trade wagons, letters from distant relatives, church gatherings, simple conversations beside the well. Winter interrupts all of it. A woman nearby wakes quietly and kneels beside the hearth to rebuild the fire before the room grows too cold. The sound of splitting kindling echoes softly through the cabin. Crack. Pause. Crack again. That small sound suddenly feels enormous in the silence. Outside, snow continues falling heavily. You step to the doorway and open it carefully against the drift already piled outside. Cold air rushes inward immediately sharp enough to sting your lungs. The settlement beyond the cabin appears blurred and distant beneath swirling white snow, while cabins become islands during storms like this. One family might live only a short walk away and still remain unreachable until weather improves. Historians reading frontier diaries often encounter descriptions of profound loneliness during long winters. Days blur together beside the fire, while snow traps families indoors for weeks at a time. People begin missing sounds they once ignored. The creak of wagons, visitors knocking at the door, children shouting outdoors. One settler reportedly admitted He became so lonely during a severe winter that he started talking regularly to the family mule, simply to hear another living response. Honestly, the mule probably had useful opinions. Inside the cabin, breakfast preparation begins slowly. Cornmeal again, dried apples softened in hot water, weak coffee substitute brewed from roasted chicory roots. The family moves quietly this morning, conserving energy beneath the gray light filtering through the tiny window. The youngest child asks whether the snow will stop today. Nobody answers confidently. Storms control frontier schedules more than clocks ever do. By midday, the snowfall finally weakens, though thick clouds still cover the valley. The father pulls on heavy boots and steps outside carrying an axe because firewood cannot wait, simply because weather becomes unpleasant. Frontier life contains very little sympathy for personal comfort. You follow him through deep snow toward the woodpile, where silence surrounds everything almost unnaturally. Trees stand frozen beneath white branches. Smoke rises straight upward from cabin chimneys into pale sky. Then you notice it. No bird sounds, no insects, nothing except boots crunching through snow. The wilderness itself feels asleep, and somehow that stillness becomes emotionally heavy after enough time. The father works steadily, splitting frozen logs while his breath drifts white around him. Every strike of the axe echoes sharply through the silent valley. Historians sometimes underestimate how psychologically difficult repetitive winter labor becomes in isolated settlements. Snow must be cleared, animals fed, fires maintained, water hauled through ice, the same tasks repeated endlessly while darkness arrives earlier each evening. Inside another cabin nearby, a woman sits reading aloud from a worn book while children listen beside the fire. Books become precious during winter isolation. So do songs, games, and stories capable of breaking long stretches of silence. One little girl practices writing letters slowly onto scrap paper using charcoal because proper ink remains scarce. Her mother watches proudly, as though observing some tiny miracle. Education on the frontier often happens this way, irregularly, patiently. Between survival chores, you visit the gathering hall later and find it nearly empty, except for two older men playing cards beside a small fire. One admits quietly that winter always reminds him how far away the eastern cities truly are. How far, you ask? He thinks for a moment before answering. Far enough that you sometimes wonder if they still exist at all. The sentence lingers in the smoky air afterward, because frontier isolation changes perception itself. News arrives slowly, old friendships fade from distance. Entire seasons pass without seeing unfamiliar faces. The wider world begins feeling dreamlike compared to the immediate reality of snow, firewood, and frozen rivers. Yet moments of connection still matter intensely. That evening, several families gather together despite the cold, carrying candles and simple food between cabins. Someone brings fiddle music. Someone else shares preserved berries saved carefully since autumn. Children laugh again for the first time all day, chasing shadows along the walls, while adults talk softly beside the fire. The loneliness eases slightly then, not disappearing completely, just softening around the edges. Outside, snow covers the frontier endlessly beneath pale moonlight. Roads vanish beneath drifts. Forests stand silent and frozen. Somewhere distant, another isolated family sits beside another fire, listening to wind move through the trees. And inside this small cabin, surrounded by warmth, candlelight, tired voices, and human company, the enormous wilderness feels manageable for one more winter night. The storm passes during the night, leaving the frontier buried beneath sparkling snow, so bright beneath morning sunlight it almost hurts your eyes to look directly at it. Smoke curls upward from chimneys into clear blue sky. Ice hangs from cabin roofs like rows of glass knives, and for the first time in days, the settlement feels alive again. You hear laughter before you even step outside. Real laughter, not tired amusement muttered beside work. This sounds lighter. Near the gathering hall, several settlers are unloading benches, barrels, and lanterns from storage, while children run wildly through the snow, throwing handfuls of ice at one another with reckless frontier diplomacy. Tonight there will be music. Frontier communities cling fiercely to small celebrations because daily survival leaves so little room for joy otherwise. Music becomes one of the few reliable ways to push back against exhaustion, loneliness, and winter darkness. A fiddler arrived yesterday evening from another settlement several miles east. This apparently counts as major entertainment. Honestly, after weeks of snow and repetitive chores, you understand completely. Throughout the afternoon, preparations continue. Women bake cornbread and pies using carefully preserved ingredients saved for special occasions. Men clear snow from the path leading toward the gathering hall. Children keep getting distracted halfway through assigned chores because excitement keeps overpowering responsibility. One boy accidentally drops an entire bucket of water after trying to slide across ice like a heroic frontier skater. His mother looks moments away from launching him directly into the river. Inside the gathering hall, lanterns are cleaned and hung carefully along the walls while somebody sweeps dirt from the wooden floorboards. The room smells of pine smoke, melting snow, and fresh bread slowly warming near the fire. You notice how quickly the atmosphere changes when people anticipate celebration. Faces soften, voices grow louder. Even the settlement dogs seem suspiciously optimistic. By sunset, families begin arriving wrapped heavily in winter clothing. Snow crunches beneath boots outside, while warm golden light spills through cracks around the hall doorway. Children race ahead toward the heat inside, only to be immediately ordered back outside to wipe snow from their boots first. Some traditions apparently survive every century. The fiddler sits near the hearth, tightening strings carefully, while settlers fill the room with conversation and steam rising from damp coats. Someone uncorks homemade whiskey. Someone else passes around preserved apple slices like treasured jewels. Then finally the music begins. The fiddle cuts through the room bright and lively enough that several children start dancing immediately without waiting for permission. Boots stomp against floorboards. Hands clap in rhythm. Laughter rolls through the smoky air. For a moment, the frontier forgets itself. No muddy roads, no frozen water buckets, no crop failures or distant wolves. Just music echoing through a warm, crowded room beneath lantern light. Historians sometimes underestimate how important these gatherings become emotionally. Frontier settlements survive not only through labor and preparation, but through community rituals reminding people why survival matters in the first place. Human beings need joy desperately, even exhausted human beings. Especially exhausted human beings. A young couple dances awkwardly near the center of the hall, while older settlers smile knowingly beside the walls. Courtship on the frontier often happens during gatherings exactly like this, because isolated families rarely encounter many unfamiliar people otherwise. One older woman whispers that 3 marriages began after last winter's fiddle nights. The fiddler shifts suddenly into a slower melody. Conversations soften around the room. Outside, snow continues glowing pale beneath moonlight, while smoke drifts upward from the chimneys. You sit beside the fire watching. Faces flicker gold and shadow in the lantern light. A trapper taps his boots quietly against the floor in rhythm. A mother rocks a sleeping baby while humming along softly. Children chase one another between benches until somebody inevitably falls over and begins crying from pure exhaustion more than injury. Everything feels deeply human and temporary. That feeling belongs to frontier life constantly. Settlements appear and disappear. Travelers move westward. Harsh winters take lives unpredictably. People understand, even if they rarely say aloud, that these peaceful gatherings exist beside uncertainty at all times. Perhaps that makes the music sweeter. One man begins singing an old Scottish ballad, learned from his father decades earlier before crossing the ocean. Another joins with harmony. Soon, half the room sings together despite forgetting portions of the lyrics. Voices carry through the timber walls into the frozen night beyond. Imagine hearing that sound from the dark forest outside. Warmth, light, humanity gathered against the wilderness. The fiddle music continues late into the evening, while snow reflects moonlight outside like silver fields stretching endlessly between the trees. Stories spread beside the fire. Whiskey loosens tired conversation. A teenage boy finally gathers enough courage to ask a girl for the next dance and nearly walks directly into a bench afterward from nervousness. Frontier romance remains wonderfully clumsy. As midnight approaches, the room grows softer. Music slows. Some families already bundle sleeping children into heavy coats before carrying them home through the snow. Others linger beside the fire, unwilling to let the warmth and company end too quickly. The fiddler plays one final tune quietly, while settlers stand listening in comfortable silence. Outside, the wilderness waits cold and enormous beneath winter stars. But tonight, inside this crowded hall, glowing with lantern light and music, the frontier feels less lonely than usual. And for now, that small victory is enough. The coughing begins before dawn. At first it sounds ordinary enough. One child inside a nearby cabin struggling with winter cold. The sort of thing frontier families hear constantly once snow traps smoke and sickness together inside cramped rooms. But by afternoon, more people are coughing. Then fever appears. Then another cabin hangs blankets across the doorway to keep visitors away. And quietly, without announcement or ceremony, illness begins moving through the settlement. Winter sickness spreads fast on the frontier. Too fast. You walk through the snow-covered clearing, carrying hot broth toward a family whose youngest daughter became feverish during the night. Smoke hangs low in the freezing air, while worried conversations drift between cabins. Nobody says the word epidemic yet. People rarely do at first. Inside the sick cabin, heat presses heavily against your face from the oversized fire roaring in the hearth. The little girl lies beneath blankets soaked with sweat, despite the freezing weather outside. Her breathing sounds shallow and uneven. Her mother looks exhausted already. Frontier illness creates immediate practical problems beyond fear itself. Sick people cannot haul water, chop wood, feed livestock, or cook meals properly. Entire household systems begin failing quickly once enough family members become bedridden. And there are no pharmacies nearby, no reliable hospitals, no emergency wagons arriving through the snow. Only whatever medicine, knowledge, or luck the settlement already possesses. The traveling doctor from weeks earlier is long gone farther west. So families improvise. Again, always again, an older woman from another cabin arrives, carrying herbs wrapped carefully in cloth. She instructs the mother to boil water and create steam near the child's bed. Another neighbor delivers extra firewood because the father has barely slept in 2 days. Frontier communities survive illness partly through shared labor. One family cooks meals, another watches children, someone else feeds animals while the sick household struggles simply to keep fires burning. Outside, snow drifts softly beneath gray sky, while the settlement grows quieter with worry. Children are called indoors earlier than usual. People hesitate before gathering closely near the well or trading shed. Fear moves through communities almost as quickly as disease. Historians studying frontier settlements often note how vulnerable isolated communities become during winter outbreaks. Influenza, pneumonia, measles, scarlet fever, dysentery. Illness spreads rapidly through cabins filled with smoke. Poor ventilation, shared blankets, and exhausted bodies weakened by hard labor. And because medical understanding remains limited, settlers often cannot distinguish clearly between different diseases anyway. Everything becomes simply fever, or lung sickness, or winter illness. You stop beside the gathering hall where several older settlers discuss whether church meetings should pause temporarily. One insists people need prayer more than ever during sickness. Another argues crowding together indoors will worsen everything. Nobody fully knows the correct answer. That uncertainty feels familiar now. A teenage boy, carrying water buckets, coughs hard enough to double over near the river path. His sister immediately pulls him back toward their cabin before he can insist he is fine. Frontier people constantly claim to be fine while visibly collapsing. Inside another cabin, a woman boils vinegar and herbs above the fire because someone told her the steam cleans bad air from sick rooms. Historians now know disease does not spread through bad air exactly the way many frontier settlers believed. Yet some accidental wisdom exists hidden inside old practices, too. Fresh air helps. Warmth helps. Clean water helps. Human beings sometimes discover useful truths long before understanding why they work. The settlement doctorless now. Practical knowledge becomes precious. Which teas ease coughing, which foods sick children can still swallow, how to cool dangerous fevers using damp cloths. One older trapper claims whiskey cures everything. The women around him immediately ignore this advice with impressive efficiency. By evening, the snow begins falling harder again. Cabin windows glow dimly through swirling white darkness, while worried families move quietly between homes carrying food, blankets, herbs, and news. The little girl from earlier worsens after sunset. Her breathing grows rougher. Her mother sits awake beside the bed, holding one small burning candle, while steam rises from bowls of hot water nearby. The father paces endlessly near the fireplace, because helplessness feels unbearable. You notice something heartbreaking then. The entire cabin has become silent, except for breathing and fire sounds. Even the younger children understand fear tonight. Outside, wolves howl somewhere beyond the frozen river. Inside, another child begins coughing. Frontier illness changes time strangely. Hours stretch endlessly beside sick beds, while snow falls beyond the windows, and fires require constant feeding through the night. People stop discussing ordinary things. No gossip, no music, no jokes about muddy roads or stubborn livestock. Only waiting. The next morning, smoke still rises from every chimney across the settlement, which feels oddly reassuring somehow. Life continues, fires burn, water gets hauled despite exhaustion, animals still need feeding. Human communities are stubborn. That may be the frontier's greatest strength. By midday, several families gather outside briefly while snow drifts around them. They speak quietly about sending riders east once roads improve enough for travel. Perhaps the doctor can return. Perhaps new supplies can be obtained. Perhaps. The word appears constantly on the frontier because certainty rarely exists. One older woman finally says softly what everyone else already understands. Some people may not survive this winter sickness. Nobody answers her immediately. Cold wind moves through the trees beyond the settlement, while smoke bends sideways across the snow. Then someone picks up another water bucket. Another person splits more firewood. A mother carries hot soup toward a neighboring cabin. And the fragile, difficult work of keeping one another alive continues through the long frontier winter night. By late winter, the settlement feels restless beneath the snow. Cabin fever has settled over everyone like a second season. People move more sharply now. Children argue over tiny things. Dogs bark at nothing. Even the river seems impatient beneath its thick covering of ice. So when the weather finally softens enough for hunting, several settlers prepare immediately. Fresh meat means survival. Fresh air means sanity. You join a small hunting party before sunrise, while pale blue light spreads slowly across the frozen valley. Snow crunches beneath boots. Rifles rest across heavy coats, smelling of smoke and animal hide. Frost clings to beards and scarves while breath drifts white through the dark trees. Nobody talks much at first. The forest itself feels awake but cautious. Branches creak softly overhead. Somewhere distant, crows argue noisily among themselves. The world smells sharp and cold. Pine sap, wet bark, frozen earth hidden beneath snow. You follow the hunters deeper into the wilderness beyond the settlement, where trails narrow quickly between towering trees. One man pauses, often studying tracks half buried beneath fresh snowfall. Deer. Several pass through during the night. Frontier hunting requires patience. Modern people rarely practice anymore. Hours of silence, careful observation, endless walking through difficult terrain while carrying heavy equipment in freezing temperatures. And even then, success remains uncertain. One older hunter quietly explains how winter changes animal behavior. Deer move cautiously near sheltered valleys. Rabbits hide beneath brush piles. Turkeys become harder to approach once snow crunches loudly beneath every step. Meanwhile, hunters themselves risk injury constantly. A twisted ankle miles from settlement can become deadly frighteningly fast. You cross a frozen creek carefully one by one. Ice groans softly beneath the weight. Everyone moves slower afterward. Because the frontier teaches caution through consequences, the youngest hunter in the group carries himself with obvious confidence until he nearly slips descending a snowy ridge and catches himself against a tree at the last second. Nobody mocks him afterward. The wilderness already does enough humiliating on its own. As sunlight strengthens through the branches, the forest reveals countless small details hidden beneath winter silence. Animal tracks threading between trees, woodpecker marks in frozen bark, thin smoke far away from some isolated cabin or trapping camp. Life exists everywhere out here, mostly unseen. One hunter kneels suddenly beside the snow and gestures quietly ahead. Through the trees you finally spot movement. Deer, 3 of them, thin from winter, their breath drifting pale into the cold air. The hunting party spreads slowly apart now, moving with deliberate silence through the snow. You feel tension tightening across the entire forest. Even the wind seems quieter somehow. Then comes the gunshot. The sound explodes across the valley violently enough to send birds erupting upward from distant branches. One deer collapses immediately. The others vanish into the woods almost impossibly fast. For several seconds, nobody moves. Then the hunters approach carefully. Frontier hunting stories later become romanticized into adventure and heroism. But real hunting often feels quieter and more practical. Relief matters more than triumph. Meat means food stores stretching longer into spring. Survival first, emotion afterward. The men work efficiently, dressing the animal while steam rises into the freezing air. The smell of blood mixes sharply with pine and snow. One hunter quietly thanks God beneath his breath before continuing. You notice nobody wastes anything. Meat for food, hide for leather, bones for tools or broth, fat for candles and cooking. Frontier scarcity teaches respect for usefulness. As the carcass is secured onto a sled, conversation becomes easier. One man jokes that after months of salt pork, he would happily eat boot leather if cooked with enough onions. Another replies that frontier cooking already comes dangerously close. Laughter drifts between the trees briefly before fading again into winter silence. The return journey feels longer because of the weight. Snow softens beneath warming sunlight, making every step more exhausting. Yet the mood has changed now. Success creates energy. Near midday, the hunters stop beside a stream where ice has begun cracking with early signs of spring thaw. Water trickles faintly beneath the frozen surface. Everyone listens quietly for a moment. Spring is coming, eventually. That promise matters deeply after difficult winters. One older hunter admits he still fears late-season storms every year, despite decades on the frontier. March blizzards destroy confidence quickly. So do spring floods, once snowmelt swells rivers beyond their banks. Nature keeps changing the rules. As you continue toward the settlement, signs of human life slowly reappear. Axe marks on trees, wagon ruts buried beneath snow, smoke drifting upward beyond the hills, and then suddenly the dogs hear you first. Barking erupts from the settlement before the cabins even become visible through the trees. Children race outside immediately once word spreads about the successful hunt. Their excitement feels enormous compared to the size of the deer itself. One little boy stares at the sled as though watching a king arrive. Honestly, after another week of dried beans and preserved cornmeal, the reaction feels appropriate. Women begin preparing fires and cooking pots while the hunters unload supplies near the center of the settlement. The atmosphere brightens noticeably despite the cold. Fresh meat changes morale. That detail appears repeatedly throughout frontier history. A successful hunt brings not only food, but emotional relief. Proof that the wilderness still offers something back after months of hardship. As evening settles over the cabins, the smell of roasting venison drifts warmly into the winter air, while smoke rises beneath fading pink sky. Beyond the settlement, the dark forest waits silently once again. But tonight, inside the glowing cabins beside the river, people eat well. And for one more evening, the frontier feels generous instead of cruel. Spring arrives slowly on the frontier, almost cautiously, as though winter refuses to surrender without argument. First the snow softens, then the river cracks open in long, groaning sheets of ice, drifting downstream beneath cold gray skies. Mud returns immediately after, swallowing boots and wagon wheels with familiar enthusiasm. Birds appear again in the trees. Smoke no longer hangs so heavily above the cabins. And suddenly, the settlement begins changing. You notice it first near the blacksmith shop, where new posts are being hammered into the ground beside the road. A carpenter wipes sweat from his forehead while measuring timber carefully. Nearby, two wagons unload barrels, tools, and glass windows wrapped in cloth. Glass windows! That alone feels strangely luxurious after months of oiled paper and smoky cabin light. The settlement is growing. What began as scattered cabins beside the river now slowly resembles an actual town. Not a polished eastern town with brick streets and elegant storefronts. Nothing remotely close to that. But something permanent is beginning to emerge. A wider road, a larger trading house, a school planned for summer construction, more families arriving every month. The frontier constantly shifts between temporary and permanent states. Settlers spend years wondering whether a place will survive long enough to matter. Then suddenly, someone builds a proper store or church, and everything feels different afterward. You walk through the muddy streets while workers move everywhere around you, hammering echoes between cabins. Horses pull fresh lumber from nearby forests. Children chase each other around stacks of timber until adults shout at them repeatedly. One man proudly explains that the settlement may soon qualify for official town recognition. Another immediately complains that official recognition probably means taxes. Human beings remain impressively predictable across centuries. Near the riverbank, crews repair docks damaged during winter flooding. Trade traffic increases rapidly once ice disappears from the water. Flatboats arrive carrying flour, tools, cloth, books, and news from distant eastern cities. News especially excites people. A traveler reads portions of an old newspaper aloud outside the trading post, while settlers gather around, listening carefully. Political speeches, market prices, stories from cities so distant they almost feel fictional now. How? One woman admits she sometimes forgets entire oceans exist beyond the frontier. That sentence lingers in your mind. Isolation reshapes imagination itself. You continue toward the new general store under construction near the center of town. Compared to the rough cabins surrounding it, the building already appears ambitious. Larger windows, wider porch, a sign being painted carefully above the entrance. Civilization announces itself through signs, eventually. Inside the unfinished structure, shelves are already filling with supplies unpacked from crates: coffee, sugar, kerosene lamps, sewing needles, candles, paper, candy jars waiting hopefully for children with spare pennies. One older settler shakes his head in disbelief while staring at the growing inventory. "When I first came here," he says quietly, "we traded mostly through wagon beds and tree stumps." Frontier towns often expand astonishingly fast once trade routes stabilize. Historians studying Western settlements repeatedly describe places transforming from muddy campgrounds into functioning towns within only a few years. Though functioning remains flexible, mud still dominates everything. Pigs wander freely through streets. Drunken arguments continue outside taverns, and every strong rainstorm threatens to collapse portions of the roads again. Still, progress feels visible. Near the edge of town, surveyors measure plots for future buildings using ropes and wooden stakes. Land values rise quickly once settlements become established. Suddenly, everyone claims they always believed the town would succeed. Curious how success improves memory. Children benefit from growth too. A woman preparing lessons for the planned schoolhouse practices, writing letters on a slate, while several younger children watch nearby with fascination. Education on the frontier remains inconsistent but deeply valued by many families. Parents who can barely read themselves still dream about better futures for their children. One father admits quietly he wants his son learning from books instead of breaking his back behind an axe forever. Yet even as the town grows, frontier roughness never disappears entirely. You pass a tavern where several trappers already argue loudly despite the early hour. Muddy horses crowd the hitching posts outside. A broken wagon wheel leans against the wall awaiting repair. Across the street, a woman hangs laundry beside a cabin, while chickens peck beneath her feet exactly as before. The frontier changes slowly and suddenly at the same time. Historians sometimes debate when a frontier settlement truly stops being frontier at all. Is it when roads improve, when schools appear, when families arrive faster than hunters and trappers, when brick buildings replace log cabins? Nobody fully agrees. Perhaps the answer depends less on buildings and more on feeling, because despite the new store and growing streets, wilderness still surrounds the town completely. Wolves still howl beyond the river some nights. Floods still threaten each spring. Illness still spreads frighteningly fast. Nature remains close enough to remind everyone who truly controls the land. As afternoon sunlight warms the muddy streets, more wagons arrive from the east carrying fresh settlers searching for opportunity. Some stare around hopefully at the growing town. Others already look uncertain after seeing the conditions. Children wave from wagon seats while tired horses pull forward through deep mud. The cycle continues endlessly. New arrivals, new buildings, new dreams. By evening, lanterns begin glowing along the main road, while smoke drifts upward beneath soft spring skies. Hammering finally stops for the day. Workers sit outside taverns or beside cabin porches, rubbing sore hands while discussing tomorrow's plans. The town feels alive now in a different way than before, less fragile perhaps, though still unfinished. And as darkness settles across the growing frontier settlement, you realize you are watching wilderness slowly transform into community, one muddy street at a time. By summer, the frontier town no longer grows quietly. It expands noisily. Wagons rattle through the muddy streets from sunrise until dark. Hammers ring constantly from new construction sites. Smoke rises from blacksmith fires while dogs bark at horses. Children, strangers, and occasionally absolutely nothing at all And near the center of town, louder than everything else after sunset, stands the tavern. The building leans slightly to one side already, despite being relatively new. Lantern light spills through its windows into the dusty street outside. Laughter, shouting, fiddle music, and arguments drift through the open doorway almost every night. Frontier taverns become many things at once: restaurant, hotel, post office, trading hall, courtroom, gossip center, occasional disaster zone. You step inside just after dusk while warm, smoky air wraps around you immediately. The room smells of whiskey, sweat, wet leather, pipe tobacco, and fried meat. Boots stomp against wooden floors, sticky from spilled drinks. A fiddler struggles bravely against the surrounding noise from one corner near the fireplace. Several card games are already underway. One appears dangerously close to becoming a fist fight. The bartender barely looks surprised. Frontier drinking culture grows partly from exhaustion, partly from isolation, and partly because whiskey stores more reliably than clean water. Taverns offer warmth, conversation, news, and temporary escape from endless labor. They also offer terrible decisions with impressive efficiency. A trapper near the counter slams down his mug, while insisting loudly he once fought 3 wolves using only a hatchet and frontier instinct. Someone asks how much whiskey was involved. The trapper considers this carefully before changing the subject entirely. You find a place near the wall, watching the room move around you like some strange, restless organism. Farmers sit beside hunters, traders beside wagon drivers, young laborers beside older settlers worrying decades of frontier stories in their faces. The entire town eventually passes through the tavern. One table debates politics from Eastern newspapers, already months old by the time they reach the frontier. Another discusses crop prices. Nearby, several travelers compare road conditions while a tired woman serving stew weaves expertly through the crowd, balancing bowls along both arms. Frontier taverns employ many women despite later romantic stories, focusing mostly on male gamblers and gunfighters. Women cook, clean, serve drinks, manage rooms, and sometimes own the establishments themselves after widowhood or difficult circumstances force practical decisions. Survival rarely leaves room for rigid expectations. A piano near the far wall has lost several keys, but continues functioning through sheer frontier stubbornness. Someone begins playing anyway. The melody wanders unpredictably between recognizable music and something resembling a wagon accident. Nobody complains. After months isolated beside cabins and forests, even terrible music feels welcome. You overhear fragments of conversation drifting through the room. A hunter describing bear tracks near the northern ridge. A merchant bragging about profits from selling coffee at outrageous frontier prices. A farmer worrying drought may damage crops before harvest. And always stories, endless frontier stories. Some true, some improved dramatically after whiskey. Probably impossible to separate completely. Historians studying frontier taverns often note how important these places become for emotional survival. Settlers work brutally hard under difficult conditions. Taverns provide rare opportunities to relax, complain, flirt, argue, laugh, and remember the wider world exists beyond their farms or cabins. Still, danger lives here too. A disagreement near the card table suddenly sharpens when one player accuses another of cheating. Chairs scrape backward, voices rise, Several people glance instinctively toward knives and pistols hanging from belts. Then, almost surprisingly, the bartender intervenes before violence erupts fully. He simply points toward the door and says both men can settle matters outside or stop behaving like fools inside. The room waits. After a tense moment, one man mutters something insulting but sits back down anyway. Relief spreads quietly through nearby tables. Despite later legends, most frontier people prefer avoiding violence whenever possible. Injuries become expensive. Death leaves families stranded. Even successful fights often create long-lasting feuds in small, isolated towns. Practicality usually defeats pride eventually. Usually, near the fireplace, a traveling salesman opens a case filled with watches, combs, pocket mirrors, and tiny perfume bottles imported from eastern cities. Several women inspect the goods carefully, while pretending not to be impressed. One teenage girl stares openly at a small blue ribbon behind the glass. Frontier towns may remain rough, but people still crave beauty. Outside the tavern windows, darkness settles across the muddy streets, while lanterns glow warmly beneath drifting summer insects. Horses tied outside stamp impatiently beside the hitching posts. Somewhere down the road, another fiddle begins playing from a nearby boarding house. The town itself feels more crowded now than ever before. Growth changes everything. More business, more opportunity, more crime too. One older settler quietly admits he sometimes misses the earlier days when the settlement held only cabins and silence. Another replies that silence becomes less charming after enough lonely winters. Both are probably right. Near midnight, the tavern grows louder rather than quieter. Laughter rolls through clouds of tobacco smoke, while card games continue beneath lantern light. Someone starts singing badly. Someone else joins confidently, despite knowing even fewer lyrics. The bartender keeps pouring drinks with tired efficiency, while outside warm summer wind moves through the dark streets beyond the windows. And for one long, noisy evening, the frontier town forgets its hardships inside a room glowing with whiskey, music, stories, and exhausted human company. Late summer settles warmly over the frontier town, and for a few brief weeks the roads dry enough that wagon wheels no longer vanish entirely into mud. Gardens flourish beside cabins. Corn stands tall in nearby fields. Smoke drifts lazily upward through golden evening light, while cicadas sing endlessly from the trees. And quietly, almost unnoticed at first, the town begins preparing for a wedding. Frontier weddings rarely resemble elegant Eastern ceremonies described in fashionable newspapers. There are no enormous banquet halls or polished orchestras waiting beneath chandeliers. There is, however, determination and food, and enough neighbors willing to help that the entire town slowly becomes involved, whether invited formally or not. You first hear the news at the trading post, where two women discuss fabric while pretending not to gossip enthusiastically. The bride is the daughter of one of the original settler families. The groom works as a carpenter, helping construct several new buildings near the river. "Good man," one woman says while examining thread. "Terrible dancer," replies the other immediately. Apparently, both qualities matter. Frontier marriage often grows from practicality as much as romance. Isolated settlements create limited social circles. Families need partnership to survive difficult winters, raise children, manage farms, and endure endless labor. Love absolutely exists, but survival walks beside it constantly. You pass the bride's family cabin later and find preparations underway already. Women move between rooms carrying cloth, preserved food, candles, flowers gathered from nearby fields. Children chase each other outside until repeatedly ordered to stop touching things. Nobody listens for long. Inside the cabin, the bride sits near the window sewing final repairs onto her dress. The fabric is simple compared to wealthy Eastern fashions, but carefully maintained and clearly treasured. Parts of the lace reportedly belonged to her mother years earlier, before frontier life reduced most elegant clothing into work garments and patch material. Nothing sentimental survives untouched here, yet people keep trying anyway. The bride smiles nervously, while older women offer advice, ranging from useful to deeply alarming. Always store extra salt before winter. Never trust a quiet horse. Do not let your husband buy unnecessary tools after whiskey. That last warning receives immediate agreement from multiple corners of the room. Meanwhile, the groom spends the afternoon helping repair fence posts because frontier weddings do not pause ordinary labor completely. Crops still need tending, animals still escape, roofs still leak. Romance exists beside chores rather than replacing them. You find him later near the blacksmith shop, trying unsuccessfully to remove mud from his boots before the ceremony tomorrow. His friends mock him constantly. One asks whether married life means he must now stop sleeping beside unfinished carpentry projects. Another wonders aloud if the bride understands how many hours the groom spends talking about lumber. Frontier male friendship appears built mostly from affectionate insults. As evening approaches, food preparation intensifies across town. Hunting parties return with fresh game. Women bake pies and bread late into the night. Someone roasts coffee beans carefully because special occasions deserve real coffee rather than substitutes if possible. The entire settlement contributes something. That becomes another frontier truth. Weddings belong partly to the community because survival itself depends so heavily on community support. One older widow quietly donates candles she spent weeks making. Another family offers preserved berries saved since spring. A trapper promises music, despite possessing only moderate fiddle skill and excessive confidence. The wedding day dawns clear and warm. By mid-morning, people gather outside the small church building wearing their best available clothing. Best, however, remains relative on the frontier. Boots are still muddy, sleeves patched, coats worn thin at the elbows. But everything is cleaned carefully. That effort matters. The bride arrives beside her father in a wagon decorated with late summer flowers gathered from riverbanks and forest edges. Children immediately begin throwing petals everywhere with such enthusiasm that one nearly blinds the groom accidentally. Frontier elegance has limits. Inside the church, sunlight filters softly across rough wooden benches while the preacher waits near the front. The room smells faintly of pine, candle wax, warm fabric, and summer dust drifting through open windows. The ceremony itself remains simple. Short vows, steady voices, hands trembling slightly despite all attempts otherwise. When the couple finally kisses, the entire room erupts into applause loud enough to startle birds from nearby trees outside. Then comes the feast. Tables stretch beneath trees beside the gathering hall, loaded with roasted meat, cornbread, beans, pies, preserves, and whiskey appearing suspiciously quickly from multiple directions. Children race through the grass, screaming happily, while adults relax in ways rarely seen during ordinary weeks. Music begins before sunrise. Fiddles, singing, boots stomping against wooden floors inside the hall once darkness falls. The bride dances barefoot eventually because frontier shoes punish happiness aggressively. The groom looks exhausted and deeply content at the same time. You realize something important watching the celebration unfold. Marriage here represents more than romance. It represents commitment against uncertainty itself, against difficult winters, against loneliness, against the wilderness surrounding every fragile frontier town. Historians studying frontier families often note how heavily survival depended on partnership. Not only husbands and wives, but extended families, neighbors, children, widows, travelers. Human connection becomes practical infrastructure on the frontier. Without it, settlements fail. Late into the night, lanterns glow beneath warm summer darkness, while music drifts across the fields beyond town. Laughter carries through the air. Someone burns supper accidentally near the fire. Someone else starts crying happily during a song before pretending smoke caused it. And for one beautiful evening, the frontier feels less harsh than usual. Not because the wilderness disappeared, not because hardship ended, but because exhausted people gathered together long enough to remember life contains more than survival alone. The heat arrives first, heavy, still, uncomfortable in a way that makes the entire frontier town feel half asleep beneath the late summer sky. Even the dogs avoid moving unless absolutely necessary. Horses stand beside water troughs, flicking flies from their backs with irritated tails, while settlers wipe sweat from their faces and stare upward toward darkening clouds, gathering slowly beyond the western hills. Storm weather. Everyone senses it hours before the first thunder arrives. You walk through town while people hurry quietly through unfinished chores. Laundry is taken down early. Wagons are moved closer to shelter. Chickens somehow become even louder than usual, which several older settlers insist always happens before major storms. Frontier weather creates strange local theories. Some probably true, others clearly invented after too much whiskey and boredom. The blacksmith glances toward the sky and mutters that the clouds look mean. That description feels surprisingly accurate. The western horizon has turned dark green beneath towering thunderheads, stretching upward like mountains made from smoke. Children grow excited immediately. Adults do not, because storms on the frontier are not cozy little rain showers viewed safely through strong windows. They bring lightning strikes, flooded rivers, damaged crops, collapsed roofs, uprooted trees, and sometimes death. Nature remains larger than every settlement built against it. The first thunder rolls across the valley sometime after sunset. Deep, slow, powerful enough to vibrate faintly through the floorboards beneath your feet. Inside the cabins, lanterns glow warmly while families prepare for the storm. Windows are secured with cloth or wooden shutters. Animals moved closer to shelter. Extra firewood stacked near the hearth in case rain lasts through the night. You step outside just before the rain begins. The air smells electric. Leaves tremble overhead in rising wind. Smoke from the chimneys bends sharply sideways now. Somewhere beyond town, horses whinny nervously. Then lightning flashes across the sky so brightly the entire valley appears frozen in silver light for one impossible second, and the storm arrives. Rain crashes downward immediately hard enough to erase the road within moments. Water pours from rooftops. Wind tears through the trees with a roaring sound almost like the ocean. Thunder follows lightning so quickly now, the ground itself seems to shake beneath the settlement. Frontier storms feel personal. You hurry toward the nearest cabin while rain soaks your coat instantly. Mud splashes around your boots. Lantern light flickers wildly through cabin windows as people move quickly inside. Then another lightning strike hits somewhere terrifyingly close. A tree explodes near the riverbank, actually explodes. Wood splinters fly through the air while children scream inside nearby cabins. The smell of burned sap drifts through the storm almost immediately. One older settler crosses himself instinctively before remembering halfway through that he usually claims not to believe in dramatic gestures. Thunderstorms reveal hidden beliefs surprisingly fast. Inside the gathering hall, several families huddle together listening to rain hammer against the roof overhead. Water leaks steadily through one corner despite recent repairs. A baby cries while wind rattles the shutters violently enough that everyone keeps glancing toward them. The storm grows worse, much worse. Historians studying frontier weather records often describe terrifying storms sweeping across early settlements with very little warning or protection available. Tornadoes flatten cabins, floods carry away livestock. Lightning ignites entire buildings before people can respond properly. One traveler reportedly described frontier storms as God reminding humans not to become arrogant. The wind outside suddenly shifts direction hard enough to shake the entire building. For one awful moment, everyone goes silent. You can hear it then. Trees cracking somewhere beyond town, a horse screaming in panic, loose objects tumbling through the muddy streets outside. Children move closer toward their parents, while adults pretend calm with varying degrees of success. The preacher, sitting near the fireplace, begins speaking softly about previous storms survived by the settlement. Cabins rebuilt after flooding, crops replanted after hail, families rescued during winter blizzards. His message is simple. Hard years pass eventually. Frontier communities survive by refusing to disappear. Another lightning flash turns the room white again. Through the windows, you glimpse rain moving sideways across the street almost horizontally beneath violent wind. Then comes the sound everyone feared most. The church bell ringing wildly outside, not because someone pulled it, because the storm itself is shaking the tower. Several men rush immediately into the rain, despite protests from everyone else. You follow them through mud deep enough to nearly pull boots free with every step. The church roof is beginning to peel backward under the wind. Together, the men grab ropes, boards, anything available while rain blinds everyone almost instantly. Lightning flashes overhead. Thunder crashes so loudly, conversation becomes impossible. For several exhausting minutes, the entire frontier feels balanced between survival and destruction. Then gradually, almost unbelievably, the wind weakens. Rain softens. Thunder drifts farther east. The storm moves onward through the darkness, searching for somewhere else to terrify. You stand breathing hard beside the church, while water drips from your sleeves into the mud below. Around town, lanterns begin reappearing cautiously through cabin windows. Doors open. Voices call across the streets checking who remains safe. Damage exists everywhere. Broken fences, flooded roads, 2 fallen trees near the river, a barn roof partially collapsed. But the town still stands, and that matters enormously. As midnight approaches, exhausted settlers move quietly through the muddy streets, helping one another repair what they can before morning. Children finally sleep. Fires burn low beside soaked boots drying near hearths. Outside, the clouds drift slowly eastward, now revealing stars returning above the battered frontier settlement. Nature reminded everyone tonight how fragile their little town truly remains. Yet beneath those clearing skies, smoke still rises from the chimneys. People still help one another through the darkness. And tomorrow, after the mud settles and the sun returns, the endless work of rebuilding will begin once again. The storm damage remains visible for weeks afterward. Broken fences lean sideways beside muddy fields. Fallen branches litter the roads. One barn near the river still smells sharply of wet hay and split timber where the roof partially collapsed during the wind. Yet despite everything, more wagons continue arriving from the east. They always do. By early autumn, the frontier roads fill once again with families chasing land, independence, and futures that seem clearer in imagination than reality. You hear them before seeing them most days. Wagon wheels creaking, children crying, dogs barking, oxen breathing heavily beneath overloaded harnesses. The frontier keeps pulling people westward like a tide nobody fully understands. You stand near the edge of town, watching another caravan approach through dust rising beneath pale afternoon sunlight. The lead wagon carries a family from Pennsylvania, according to the painted lettering on one trunk strapped beneath canvas. They look exhausted already. The mother holds a sleeping baby while staring silently at the muddy streets ahead. Two older boys walk beside the wagon rather than ride because the animals are too tired for extra weight. The father, however, still looks hopeful. You recognize that expression now, frontier optimism mixed carefully with fear. Land changes people emotionally long before they actually own any. Cheap land especially, or at least land rumored to be cheap. Throughout the early 1800s, stories spread constantly through eastern towns, prominent fertile valleys, rich farmland, endless opportunity, and independence waiting just beyond the next frontier. Newspapers encourage settlement. Travelers exaggerate success. Land speculators practically describe Western territory as paradise, with slightly more mosquitoes. Reality proves more complicated, always. Still, the dream remains powerful. To own land means something enormous during these years. Stability, status, food security, a future your children might inherit instead of renting forever beneath somebody else's control. Many frontier settlers willingly endure staggering hardship, chasing that possibility. You walk beside the arriving wagons while townspeople gather quietly to observe the newcomers. Some settlers offer directions toward temporary campsites near the river. Others simply study the wagons with experienced eyes, already guessing which families might survive their first winter. Frontier communities become strangely skilled at judging exhaustion. One older woman whispers that the newcomers brought too much furniture and not enough tools. Another notes approvingly that their oxen still appear healthy. Everyone evaluates everything here. The newly arrived families ask familiar questions almost immediately. Which land remains available nearby? How severe the winters become? Whether the river floods often? If the soil grows corn well? How far west the next settlement lies? Nobody answers with complete honesty because nobody fully knows the future themselves. One farmer gestures vaguely toward distant hills while describing good fertile land several days farther west. He forgets to mention the brutal rocky ground between here and there, or the swarms of insects near the marshes. Hope edits memory efficiently. You notice something else, too. Not everyone arriving looks excited. One older couple, sitting beside a supply wagon, appear mostly tired and uncertain. The woman keeps glancing back eastward whenever the road disappears behind the trees. Homesickness begins before some journeys even end. Historians reading frontier letters constantly encounter settlers privately admitting regret after arriving west. Isolation, crop failure, illness, endless labor, dreams of independence often collide hard against frontier reality. Yet many stay anyway because returning east requires money, energy, and emotional surrender few people possess afterward. The frontier traps people as often as it liberates them. Near the trading post, a land agent unfolds rough maps across a barrel while several newcomers gather around eagerly. The maps look optimistic in ways only frontier maps can manage. Empty spaces, clean lines, simple labels. They rarely show flooded roads, rocky soil, wolves near livestock pens, or winters cold enough to freeze water buckets beside indoor fires. Maps sell possibility more than truth. A young man nearby proudly announces he plans building the finest farm in the territory within 5 years. Older settlers exchange quiet glances, but say nothing. Experience teaches caution around frontier promises. Still, nobody laughs openly, because every cabin surrounding this town began as somebody's impossible dream once too. As evening approaches, campfires appear beside the road where newly arrived families prepare supper from travel-worn supplies. Children chase one another between wagons despite exhaustion. Horses graze nervously near the tree line while smoke drifts upward into cooling autumn air. The town itself watches quietly. Some newcomers will settle nearby permanently. Others will continue farther west after resting only a few days. A few may abandon the journey entirely once they realize how hard frontier life truly becomes. All of them carry stories, hopes, fears, and private reasons for leaving home behind. Debt, crowded cities, failed harvests, family conflict, adventure, ambition, grief. Human migration rarely follows one simple explanation. You sit beside the river after sunset, listening to wagon chains clink softly in the darkness, while frogs call from nearby reeds. Lanterns glow beside the temporary camps. Somewhere, a tired mother sings quietly to calm a restless child after weeks on the road. The frontier keeps expanding because people keep believing somewhere ahead exists a better life than the one behind them. Sometimes they are right, sometimes terribly wrong. Usually the truth settles somewhere between dream and hardship. Across the dark water, forests stretch endlessly westward beneath cold stars. More rivers, more valleys, more uncertain land waiting beyond the edges of every map. And tomorrow morning, when the wagons begin rolling again through the mud and dust, the frontier itself will continue moving with them. Autumn deepens across the frontier with quiet determination. Leaves turn gold and rust red along the riverbanks. Cold mornings return. Smoke hangs lower above the town each evening, while settlers rush to finish repairs and harvests before winter closes the roads again. And somewhere beyond the western ridge, a funeral wagon creaks slowly toward town. Nobody speaks loudly when it arrives. The horse pulling the wagon moves carefully through the muddy street, while townspeople remove hats instinctively as it passes. A rough wooden coffin rests beneath a plain wool blanket in the back. No flowers, no polished silver, just silence and tired faces. Death belongs to frontier life with uncomfortable familiarity. Illness, accidents, childbirth, river drownings, falling trees, winter storms. In eastern cities, death may still shock communities deeply. On the frontier, it becomes woven quietly into ordinary existence. Historians reading diaries from these years often notice how briefly tragedy is sometimes recorded. Child died during fever, lost husband crossing river, buried traveler before snowfall. Then life continues because survival demands it. You follow the wagon toward the small cemetery rising on a hill above town. The graveyard began with only 2 markers years earlier beside open wilderness. Now, more wooden crosses stand among the grass each season. Some graves are marked carefully with names and dates, others simply with stones. A few have already weathered so badly, nobody remembers exactly who lies beneath them. The funeral today is for a farmer, killed while clearing trees after the recent storms. One wrong movement, one falling trunk, one terrible moment in the forest. The frontier rarely needs dramatic villains. Nature usually handles the work itself. The widow walks beside the wagon, holding her youngest child against her shoulder, while older children follow silently behind. Townspeople gather quietly along the path, carrying hats in their hands, boots damp from morning frost. You notice how practical grief becomes here. Several men discuss helping harvest the widow's remaining crops before winter. One woman quietly arranges meals for the family during the coming weeks. Another offers blankets and candles without making a performance of kindness. Frontier communities understand something modern societies sometimes forget. When one person dies, practical problems remain behind immediately. Animals still need feeding. Wood still requires chopping. Children still wake hungry. The preacher waits beside the open grave beneath cold gray sky, while wind moves softly through the grass. Beyond the cemetery, endless forests stretch westward beneath drifting clouds. The wilderness remains beautiful even during mourning. That feels unfair somehow. The ceremony itself stays short because cold weather sharpens quickly near midday. Prayers drift softly into the autumn air, while crows call somewhere distant near the trees. The youngest child begins crying quietly halfway through. Nobody seems disturbed. Several older settlers stare down at the fresh grave with expressions too familiar to fully describe. Many buried family members already. Wives, brothers, infants, friends lost during winters or river crossings. The frontier creates tough people, partly because grief arrives so often. Yet toughness does not erase sadness. A trapper standing beside you removes his hat and whispers the names of 2 friends buried farther north after a blizzard years earlier. Another settler recalls losing a daughter during fever season before the town even had proper roads. Memory settles heavily in places like this. After the burial, people linger longer than expected despite the cold. Conversation remains quiet at first. Shared stories about the dead farmer begin cautiously. How he once rescued a wagon from floodwater. How he carved whistles for children during winter evenings. How he complained constantly about chickens, but secretly fed them scraps anyway. Human beings survive partly by turning the dead back into stories. The widow finally smiles weakly through tears after hearing one memory involving her husband accidentally falling into his own pig trough during spring mud season. Apparently, frontier dignity remains fragile. As afternoon fades, townspeople gradually return downhill toward the settlement, while the fresh grave remains alone beneath the gray sky. Wind bends the tall grass around the cemetery markers softly. You stay behind a little longer. The hill offers a clear view across the entire frontier town now. Smoke rising from chimneys. Wagons moving slowly along muddy roads. Children chasing each other between cabins. Axes ringing faintly from distant fields. Life continuing. That contrast feels almost impossible at first. How can ordinary life continue so quickly after death? But frontier communities learn they have no other choice. Winter approaches, whether people are grieving or not. One older grave near the fence catches your attention. The marker simply reads, "Unknown Traveler." No date, no family name, nothing else. Historians estimate countless frontier deaths went poorly recorded, especially among travelers, laborers, migrants, and isolated settlers far from organized towns. Graves appear beside trails, rivers, forests, forgotten cabins. The frontier keeps many secrets buried beneath its soil. As sunset approaches, golden light breaks briefly through the clouds, illuminating the cemetery in soft autumn color. The fresh grave glows warmly for a moment before shadows return across the hill. Below, lanterns begin appearing through town windows one by one, families gathering for supper, fires burning against the cold, children laughing somewhere beyond the muddy streets despite everything. And up here above the settlement, the quiet cemetery waits patiently beside the wilderness, reminding everyone that frontier life is built not only from courage and expansion, but from loss carried forward season after season through the long, certain years. Winter returns quietly at first, a thin layer of frost across the fields before dawn, ice forming again beside the riverbanks, smoke drifting steadily upward from chimneys, while the frontier town settles into familiar seasonal rhythms. By now, the settlement no longer feels temporary. The roads remain muddy, cabins still leak during storms, wolves still howl beyond the forest some nights, yet lanterns glow from dozens of windows where wilderness stood untouched only a few years earlier. The frontier has changed, and so have you. Tonight the air feels especially cold as darkness settles over the town. Snow threatens again somewhere beyond the hills. Inside the cabins, families prepare for another long winter with practiced movements that once seemed exhausting and strange, but now feel almost ordinary. You walk slowly through the quiet streets beneath pale moonlight. The blacksmith shop stands dark for the evening, tools resting silent after another day of sparks and hammer blows. Nearby, the tavern still glows warmly, while distant laughter drifts through its windows into the frozen night air. Some things never change. A fiddler plays softly somewhere inside. Someone argues about card games. Someone else sings badly enough to concern nearby livestock. The town feels alive. Not rich. Not easy. But alive. You continue toward the river, where thin sheets of ice move slowly across black water reflecting stars above. The wilderness beyond remains enormous, stretching westward farther than anyone standing here can truly imagine. And still the wagons will keep coming. More families, more cabins, more dreams dragged through mud and snow toward uncertain futures. The frontier feeds on hope perhaps more than anything else. Hope for land, hope for freedom, hope children might live easier lives than their parents. Sometimes those hopes survive, sometimes they do not. History rarely offers clean endings. You pass the small church where candlelight flickers faintly through the windows. Inside, a few townspeople remain gathered quietly after evening prayer. Their voices drift softly through the cold air, almost blending with the wind moving between the trees. Farther uphill, beyond the final cabins, the cemetery waits beneath frost-silver grass. Wooden markers lean slightly beneath weather and time, some names already fading. The frontier remembers people imperfectly. A trapper lost in winter, a mother buried after childbirth, children carried away by fever, farmers crushed beneath falling timber, travelers who never reached the destinations they imagined while staring westward from crowded eastern towns. Yet beside every grave stands evidence that life continued afterward. Cabins repaired, fields planted again, roads widened, songs sung beside fires during impossible winters. Human beings are stubborn creatures. That may be the truest lesson the frontier teaches. Inside one cabin, you glimpse a family gathered around the fire finishing supper. Steam rises from bowls while children yawn sleepily beneath blankets. In another home, someone reads aloud beside candlelight while boots dry near the hearth. Ordinary moments. That is what survives most strongly here in the end. Not grand adventures, not dramatic gunfights, but ordinary people carrying water through snow before sunrise. Women sewing by firelight long after exhaustion should have won. Children laughing in muddy streets between endless chores. Settlers gathering beside music during hard winters because loneliness became too heavy to carry alone. The real frontier lives inside those moments. You stop near the edge of town where the final lantern glows beside the road leading westward. Beyond it, darkness swallows the trail completely. The wilderness still waits there. Cold rivers, silent forests, storms, possibility, all the same things that greeted the first settlers years earlier. Somewhere far away tonight, another wagon probably creaks slowly westward beneath winter stars. Another family sleeps beside a fire dreaming about cheap land and fresh beginnings. Another child asks nervous questions about wolves beyond the trees. The frontier continues because people continue moving, always searching, always hoping. The wind grows softer now. Snow begins drifting gently through the darkness. Tiny white flakes settling onto rooftops, wagon wheels, fences, and frozen roads. The whole town quiets beneath it. Even the tavern laughter fades eventually while lanterns disappear one by one behind cabin windows. You walk back toward the nearest firelight, feeling the cold settle deeply into the night around you. And slowly, very slowly, the frontier itself seems to exhale. The river moves beneath ice. Smoke rises into sleeping skies. Snow softens the muddy streets at last. Inside the cabins, families sleep beside warm embers while winter settles gently over the town they carved from wilderness through labor, grief, stubbornness, and hope. Now the night grows still. The fires burn low. The wind quiets among the trees. And somewhere beyond the dark horizon, morning waits patiently for another hard, beautiful day on the early American frontier. The snow continues falling softly long after the final lantern disappears from the frontier road. The town rests now beneath white silence, while rivers move slowly under ice and distant forests sway gently in the winter wind. Inside the cabins, tired families sleep beside fading embers, wrapped in patched blankets, carrying the warmth of another survived season. Somewhere a horse shifts quietly in its stall. Somewhere a baby sighs in sleep, while firelight flickers across log walls darkened by years of smoke. The wilderness beyond remains vast and unknowable, yet tonight it feels calm at last. No wagons creak through the mud, no axes ring through frozen trees, only snow drifting softly over rooftops, fences, trails, and forgotten footprints, until everything becomes still beneath the stars. And as the frontier settles deeper into silence, you feel the long, difficult journey gently fading into warmth, darkness, and rest beside the fire at the edge of the endless American wilderness. Good night, my friend.